Well, there you go. Oh boy. Alexa, play Lush Vibes playlist on Spotify.
Lush Vibes from Spotify.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? I knew we were going to get cut off. I knew it. I knew it. I knew we were going to get cut off. Yeah, we got booted. Yeah. Yes. This is exactly what I was talking about with the whole freedom of speech thing. This is exactly what I'm talking about with the freedom of speech thing. That's exactly what Republicans will vote on. Republicans will vote on that. What just happened to us is exactly the reason why you will get somebody who is like, anti-woke, whatever, that's talking, it's AI. No, it's not. It's just AI. There was no one in that room that was flagging that. There was no one flagging that live. There was no one flagging that live. So I was just on Uncle Birch's. I was just on Uncle Birch's live, and he was live, and I jumped in there, and we were talking about politics, and we were talking about ethnicity and race, and we were talking about inequality and all this stuff. We're having a very good conversation about where we are politically in this country, and literally we got frozen, shut down, and the conversation ended. Hey everybody, it's good to see you. Well, the thing is what's scary, even Jesus was there, yeah. What's really, really scary is if we allow AI to take control over social dialogue on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok, what we're doing is you're going to see a lot of censorship. People are not going to be able to say things that they want to say. And I believe in freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of speech at all cost. What does that mean? What I'm saying is if the Westboro Baptist Church wanted to show up and stand there across the street and hold up their signs that say God hates, LGBTQ people, they have the right to do that. They have the right to do that. They can do that because this country protects the right to say what you want, even if what you say is wrong. And I have the right to stand on the opposite side of the street, holding up my Black Lives Matter and all of my gay pride flags and shaking that and yelling back. I have the ability to do that in this country. And so the ability to be able to say what you want and speak freely and not start changing the English language by having to come up with words that this app will flag is a big problem. Big problem. It's why they wanted it banned. It's why they wanted TikTok banned. And it's disgusting because you see creators that have these accounts with like 1 million followers on it doing all kinds of stuff that I don't think it's entertainment. I see stuff that's just so stupid on this app that is like so wrong with like 100,000 likes on it. But if I do anything and AI thinks that I violated the community standards, my video is coming down and it's not going back up. It's coming down and it's not going back up. What's up? Hey, Maddie. Oh, I didn't mean to invite somebody. Did I send an invite? I didn't mean to invite anyone. I did roll out of bed about 2 hours ago. Yeah, his live got taken down. It's ridiculous. I mean, but with apps as big as this, you can't have content controlled by people. You can't have people, if you don't have enough manpower to be able to monitor all of the live videos and all of the videos, it's the only way they can potentially prevent really horrible things from happening on the app. I get it. I understand. I mean, the company is in a rock and a hard place with it. What's up, Dot? Shut the hell up. No, it did not. That's a lie. Yeah, Vicky, it shut the live. Look what else I've got, Vicky. I've got your soap. I've got 4 bottles of my African black soap infused essential oils and magic. What you need to do is you need to put this on a washcloth. Put some on a washcloth and just bathe yourself from the neck. Let the soap just be on the washcloth and get it on there. Okay? And everybody that purchases from me also gets a rosary. So I'm sending you a black rosary with your black soap. So I'm going to get that out tomorrow. I'll get up and go to the post office before noon. What's up, y'all? You're talking about Elon Musk? Elon Musk is like Donald Trump. He's got the same kind of attracting power for a very particular group of people. How do you want... So if you go to my website, if you go over here and click on my link tree, on my TikTok profile, it will say products and services. And if you click on it, you will see the white bath that I make. I make a shea butter soap, a bar soap. I'm making the African black liquid soap. Well, I mean, I'm infusing it. These are all my own infusions, my essential oils and herbs, okay? And it's got hyssop, it's got rosemary, it's got garden sage, it has some camphor, it has basil. So these are very, very powerful herbs for breaking curses, evil eye, hexes, and jinxes. It's a very, very powerful herbal concoction over here. Plus the fact that African black soap is considered to be magical. Okay, it comes from the motherland, comes from Nigeria and Benin and Ghana. So the thing is, what I like about Twitter, or whatever it's called now, is that you can say what you want. I like Twitter, and I like Elon Musk in the fact that he doesn't like censorship. I don't like censorship either. There is no reason to censor yourself unless you're breaking the law or you're putting somebody's health at risk or their safety at risk or children at risk. But if you're not putting anyone at risk and you're living your best life and you've got opinions or you have videos that you want to post of yourself, you should be able to do that. Because this is, as far as I know, this is still a free country as of right now. What is it? August something? 2023. So I appreciate the approach to Elon Musk wants to be the antithesis of Facebook and TikTok. Because you can make TikToks on Twitter now. You can make shorts, just like you can make shorts on YouTube. YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all of that. Instagram, they're competing with TikTok for trying to be more like getting more people over there and making videos. And I think that's great. But I don't agree with his politics because he's not even conservative. He's just conspiracy theory, and I don't appreciate that about him. You know, I pay for the blue check mark. I pay the $10 a month to have a little blue checkbook to verify my Twitter profile. But yes, I give him $10 a month because I want the verified blue check mark that lets everybody know that it is my official account. I pay for the verified check mark on Facebook, on Instagram, and Twitter so that people know that my account is verified. So it's like $20 a month that I pay to verify my identity on social media, but I pay for it. And if I could get a blue check mark beside my YouTube profile, I would pay for that too, because that's valuable. Well, my Twitter is like XXX. My Twitter is awesome. But of course, if you go to my Twitter, you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff. Because I don't censor myself on Twitter. Okay, you can see me in a pair of black crotchless pantyhose, fishnet pantyhose on Twitter. I don't give a fuck. Can't do that on TikTok. You can't do that on TikTok. I wish TikTok, you know what TikTok needs? TikTok needs a green slime filter where you say, I don't know, and then you just see green slime coming over somebody, because this place really is like you can't do that on TikTok. Yeah. So I think that we've got a big problem, because I have a problem with the right and the left. I have a problem with Republicans and Democrats. I pretty much have a problem with everyone, okay? I have a lot of problems with people because I sit and meditate on these things, and so I have a lot of opinions about things. Opinions that are not popular. And the problem with the Democrat, or what is becoming the Democratic Party, is that if we don't like someone, we're going to basically silence them. If we don't like that person, we're going to take away their microphone. We're going to take away their ability to speak. We're going to take away their ability to defend themselves. We're going to take away their, oh, Jesus showed up. Hallelujah. I've been waiting for you all my life, Jesus. And so the issue is, I have a gay friend who came over to my house and he hung out with me. And he's a Republican. And that's that's amazing, you know, because there's not a lot of gay Republicans out there, but they do exist. So he came to visit me. And we were talking, and he was like, you know, I'm conservative. Like, he literally believed that it was absolutely lawful for the January 6th event to happen. He felt like those people had the right to do that. Yeah, like, surprise. Okay, so I said, oh, okay. So it doesn't matter that people died that day. And he was like, well, they didn't die that day. They died because of some other reason, because they were in the hospital. He literally had that mentality. It did not matter that there were police officers that were trampled to death or crushed under a mob that was trying to literally hang the vice president with a noose. Because if they would have gotten a hold of him and Nancy Pelosi and all of them, they would have died. They would have killed them. That's what would have happened that day if that happened. So, for one thing, I was taken back because I was surprised that he held these views. Hey, Grant. So I said to him, I was like, okay, so you're conservative. Tell me about the top, you know, issues that Republicans or conservatives are concerned about that they're going to vote on, because I would like to know what these people consider to be important. Like, what are the talking points, or what are they looking for? Had nothing to do with abortion. Nobody cares about abortion. That is not a conservative thing. The three things that conservatives will vote on in 2024 is freedom of speech, because they feel oppressed. They feel like their speech is being suppressed, and to them that feels like tyranny, okay? The second thing is going to be guns, because they believe that at all costs they should be able to have an army in their backyard, okay? They believe that they should have any and all kinds of gun power that they want, and they don't want that taken away from them. And the third one is trans people and trans women's issues and keeping trans women out of women's spaces. That is going to determine the next election. And we need to be really, really fucking careful about this, because listen to me. Democrats win when the black vote shows up. People of color and black people, when they show up, Democrats win. But if you don't get those people to be motivated enough to get to the polls, Democrats will not win. And I will tell you what will shoot every single Democrat in the face if they're not careful. The Democratic presidential nominee that steps on stage and says, we're going to make sure that we're going to regulate guns, and we're going to make sure that trans people have access to all, and that everything LGBTQ is going to be 100% equal, that's it. We're getting a Republican president. Those aren't my views, because I believe everybody should be able to do whatever they want. And as far as bathrooms are concerned, I feel like men, women, children, and anything and everything in between can all use the same bathroom, or bathrooms should be private. Okay, so what I'm saying is that in an egalitarian society where everybody is considered equal, this is not a problem. But right now, the existential threat to our freedom does depend on the language that's used, because we couldn't be more divided when it comes to morals and ethics. And don't forget, everybody, that over 50% of the Republican base is still for Trump. 50% of all Republicans would vote for Trump tomorrow. Hey Mexican, what's up? I'm just running my mouth about politics, hoping that I don't get taken down. But that's a serious concern. That's like 1/4 of our population would completely go for that. Now the rest of the population is emotionally fatigued off of the last 4 years, and I can't see any sane human being who is not part of that cult voting for that person. But we got a lot of situations going on right now, and one of the big situations is the legal trouble that he's going through right now is making him more popular with his base. It's not making him less popular. And literally the best thing that could possibly happen in this country is that, for one thing, I do not believe that the Republicans are going to nominate Trump to be their nominee for presidency. He will probably run third party, which could split that party in half. That would be the best thing that could possibly happen, is that he lose in a general election again. But putting him in jail is not the answer. The best thing that Donald Trump could hope for is that he was bananered, because if he did, he'd be a martyr. Second best thing that could happen to him is that he gets thrown into jail. Because guess what? He can still rule those people from jail. Did you know that? It doesn't matter that he's in jail. He can still run his side of the government, which is a very large group of people in this country. He can do that from jail. The best possible thing for this country to heal would be, if he did run, that he lost. So I do not believe that he should not be allowed to run. I think he should have been arrested January 7th, and he should be in jail. He should have been sitting in jail for what he did. I think he should be in jail just because I don't like him and he's an asshole. But when it comes to this country, being able to move forward from all of the fuck shit that's gone on over the past 8 years, and longer, okay, the past 16 years, let's be honest, the past 16 years, the only way for us to get past everything that happened in the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and this Biden administration, the only way to get past it is to elect someone new. And that's just the truth. And if people don't like the truth, then I can't help you. I'm not going to stand around and argue with somebody that believes the world is flat. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stand around and argue with somebody that doesn't believe in history, that wants to say the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get into conversations and controversies with people fighting back and forth about biological sex and whether it's real or not. I'm not going to fight with people that are morons, okay, that don't believe in science and don't believe in history. I'm not going to get into fights with people. But what I'm telling you is this is the projections that I see when I look at the state of affairs and I see where everything is going politically. People just don't know. And the biggest existential threat to our democracy is the judiciary branch of our government. It's not the president. It's not the Senate. It's not Congress. It's not anything other than the judges. And you know that Donald Trump elected more judges, or put more judges in power than any other president. He handpicked those people and put them in their places of power. And guess what? Those people are on that chair until they drop dead. That's what's scary. Because that's the thing. When you look at what's going on with him right now and the legal troubles, you see him getting kicked back and forth like a ping pong ball, like a ball that's being kicked back and forth into different courts, okay, different jurisdictions. Our legal system is broken. That's why they can't get him. They think they got him in Georgia. Okay, so guess what? That might be the gold ticket case that would put him in jail, but it's a very slippery slope. It's setting a new precedent, one that we have never seen. And it's happening in real time, and you can watch it right here live on TikTok, on Twitter, on Facebook, and everywhere else. You got a front seat, ringside ticket to the whole show right here on social media. So pay attention, okay? Pay attention to what you listen to. Pay attention to who you follow. Pay attention. Fact check everything. Don't be ignorant. The two biggest problems that we have in this country, the first one is healthcare, and the second one is education. Those are the only two things sane, rational people should be thinking about improving in this country. Because mental and behavioral health is real. Mental and behavioral health is a problem. And if we had universal health care in this country, it would mean that every child that's sick would be able to see a doctor when they got sick. It would mean that children that have type 1 diabetes would be able to get their insulin. It would mean that instead of going to the emergency room when you're dying, you would be able to get medical care within a decent amount of time before something catastrophic happened to you, okay? That's the beautiful thing about universal health care. And then the other one is education. The reason why you see the dumb fuckery in the world that you see in this country is because most people are walking around uneducated. And I'm not even talking about college level education. I'm not talking about college graduates, okay? I'm talking about the amount of people that finish high school and maybe go to community college. Every single person in this country should be able to get through high school and be educated and go through, 2 or 3 years or 4 years of community college and walk away with some kind of degree and have the ability to walk into a field. Community college should be a place where we allow kids to figure out what they want to do with themselves, and then from those colleges, there should be a track to move these people into the workforce. So we need to really look at how our work, it's a flow problem, okay? We got a flow problem. For one thing, we don't have enough teachers to teach, and we don't have enough healthcare practitioners to be able to keep up with universal health care. Cost of living is a joke. Let me tell you something. A year and a half ago, I got a apartment in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I'm going to tell you what I had to do to get that apartment in Charlotte, North Carolina. I had to prove that I made 3 times the amount of the monthly rent. I had to give them 6 months worth of bank statements. I had to prove that I had some kind of income coming in. I had to put down first month's, last month's, and a deposit. And I had to pay something like $250 for a criminal background check and for them to run my credit report. So if I wasn't able to give them first month's, last month's, and a deposit, give them $250 as a non-refundable application fee, give them 6 months worth of bank statements, prove that I had some form of income coming in, and in finality made 3 times the amount of the monthly rent, you're not going to get into that $850 apartment in Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina. $850 or $900 a month for something as big as a shoebox, for something as big as the living room in my condo. Literally, that apartment is only as big as the living space in my living room and the size of my bedroom, and the toilet is in there also. I'm talking about a small space. $850, $900 a month. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous the amount of money that they charge for people to get into a place. Nobody has that. Who has that? An 18, 19-year-old kid, 20, 21-year-old kid doesn't have that. There's all these children that are sitting around at home. They can't get out of their parents' house. And there's this feeling of depression. There's a feeling of despair. And the feeling of despair and the feeling of sadness comes from knowing that this system is so against you right now, there's absolutely no way for you to get forward. So there needs to be a lot of adjustments in the accessibility to having a home or being able to live on your own. But I don't think there's anything wrong with children living with their folks or their folks living with their grandparents or everybody living in a big house, okay? I always admired all the Filipinos that lived on my block, on my court when I was a kid, because their homes were beautiful. They were very well maintained on the outside. They had a big fence around their backyard. They had a pool, and it was like grandmama, granddaddy on both sides, father, mother, and like 10 kids. And everybody lived together, and it was like their house always smelled delicious because they always had food going. There's nothing wrong with communal living at all. But that's not the issue. The issue is the strain of the system is just ridiculous. Even if you have support, it's still ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with taking care of your parents as long as they're not being abusive towards you. There's nothing wrong with allowing your kids to stay in your house as long as they find a way to contribute. The biggest mistake with parents that allow their kids to stay at home is that they don't force them to contribute. Oh, yeah, she has a job and she pays for her own gas. No. She needs to pay for her job. She needs to pay for her gas. She needs to pay for the car insurance. For the car that she's driving, she needs to be making payments towards that car that you helped her get, and she should be paying money for rent. Because once you're old enough to work and you go out into the workforce, even if you're just flipping McDonald's hamburgers, you should be contributing something back into the household that raised you. So parents that don't do that to their kids, they're asking for that resentment. They want that resentment, because that's when parents get resentful. Well, I'm paying for her car insurance, and I'm paying for this, and I'm paying for that. That's really, really beautiful. That's really great that you're doing that. But the parent eventually will become resentful. There is resentment there. And there, if anybody saw that video of that very lively African-American woman clapping back at that other woman who was talking about Generation X not wanting to help support millennials and, zennials and whatever, there's a resentment because, after you have grown up and you've raised kids, you don't want to raise a second group of kids. People do not want to raise their grandchildren. Now, there are grandparents that love being grandparents, that want to be grandparents, that want to have the kids over all the time, have no problem raising a second family. But there are a lot of people that do not. So yes, adult children need to be contributing to their household. And if you don't do that, you're also not doing any favors to your kids, because you're not teaching them to be responsible. You're not teaching them how to take care of themselves. I'm just like talking. What do you mean political? Are you talking about what political what? I was talking politics. Thanks, Zen. How am I? I'm fantastic. I just made 4 new little bottles of my African black soap infused with essential oils, magic, and love, and it smells fucking awesome. I got these cute little bottles off of Amazon. They're really, really nice, high quality plastic with flip top. And I'm selling this, you guys. This is on my website. If you go to my TikTok profile and you click on my link tree, I'm making this. It's African black soap is very, very good for the skin. It's considered magical soap. You can buy it in botanicas here. We believe that it has magic in it, okay? Because it comes from Nigeria. It comes from Ghana, okay? It comes from the motherland. And it has hyssop. It has basil. It has camphor. It has rosemary. It has garden sage. It's absolutely excellent. And if you buy soon, you will actually get a rosary included in your order because I put rosaries in all of my packages. So if you want to buy that from me, you can go to my link tree and click on products and services and pick that up. And then also I make other things like a white spiritual bath. I make a shea butter soap, bar soap, and then I also make a bath salt. Blessed by a Catholic priest? No. It's blessed by a palero, which is better. Biden is nothing less than a disappointment. But the man looks like the crypt keeper, okay? He looks like he's got one leg in the grave. I don't even know how he's going to survive. What I'm expecting, literally, what I've been told is I feel like we're going to wake up one morning and the guy's going to be gone. You're going to wake up one morning and the headlines are going to be, it's very, very scary because Kamala does not have the ability to, I don't know if she has what it takes to be able to win a general election because women suck and women won't vote for other women. And I don't understand why women won't vote for other women. I don't know why women hate on other women like you do. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me how women don't support other women. She would become president if Biden died. She would be president. She's the vice president. That's how it works. I don't have a problem with Kamala. I like her very much. She believes in sex work. She believes sex work is work and that it should be legal and that there should be protections for LGBTQ people and that she's very liberal, okay, from California. I like her politics. I'm saying I don't know if she could pass the election. That's what I said. What, Fabian? What's your question? I support women, period. Although something like 51 or 52% of all white women voted for Donald Trump the second time. And let me tell you something else. Donald Trump did worse with only one population of people the second time he ran. He did better with Black Americans. He did better with indigenous people the second time. He had more women the second time he ran. I'm talking about when he ran the second time. The only group of people that he did worse with were white men. The only demographic of people that he did worse with was all the white guys. Did not like it. Did not like the way he handled anything. So my opinion is that, he is not going to get the Republican nomination. Those white guys don't want him back. If I was to send something to someone who did something bad to me, would it come back? That's called justice magic. That's not hexing. That's not cursing. That's not jinxing. It's a different kind of magic. Cursing, hexing, and jinxing someone is something you do because you don't like somebody, not because you're protecting and defending yourself. That's called defensive or offensive magic, and not because you're asking for justice. So no, nothing would come back to you. You wrote in Bernie Sanders. Yeah, he's a moron. Marianne Williamson is great, but she's a woman, and they won't vote for a woman. If Tim Scott and Marianne Williamson happen to be the nominees, which I think would be a really great battle of the Titans, as far as like if you're looking for that kind of diversity, she wouldn't win, because that's Clinton wouldn't have won because she was a female either. But people also hated her. They hated her more than they hated Trump, and that's why he won. Because literally people could not stand her and everything. And people are getting like really emotionally fatigued by seeing the same, seeing a lot of the same. I think people want new. I think people want to move on from the catastrophe of the past 16 years, the catastrophes and all of the wars that have been going on politically over the past 16 years. I think they want something else. I think they want something new. Michelle will not run. Absolutely not. Hey, Bree Witch, we got cut off, didn't we? I'm going to make it, if anybody wants to come up, you have to be a trusted creator for me to invite you up. But Bree, if you want to come up, you can. Lauren, if you want to come up, all you have to do is invite yourself. The issue is that you're going to immigrate. Ooh. Hey, girl, hey.
Hey.
What the hell was that?
You know what?
Was it me or was it him?
I think it was the whole thing. I think it was the whole thing. It was getting hot and heavy, and you said it, they're trying to silence all of us.
Yeah, because nothing anybody said was wrong. Nothing anybody said was controversial. Nothing anybody said was racist or homophobic or anything. It was none of those things. It was
No, it was
just
not.
people talking politics, literally getting taken down. And it's crazy.
You brought up some really good points in that live. And I think social media, the submarine, COVID, everybody's tired. We are spiritually, physically, we are tired. And we know we've been lied to. Even our foes, the narratives are spun so out of control. And retrograde has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with people's bad behavior or anything like that. We're in the dog days of summer. This is going to change soon, but it's going to be rough for a little while. And I'm talking spiritually.
Well, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Let's
get
talk
into
about
this.
I have my opinions. I have my opinions about everything.
Yes, you
do. The situation that people don't understand is that the occult and magic and witchcraft and alternative spirituality, indeed New Age, Reiki, whatever it is that you want to call it, okay, draws mentally ill and people with behavioral and mental health problems, okay? It just does. It automatically attracts. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can invite you. Why can't I invite you up, Grant? You have enough people. What's wrong? Why can't I invite you up? I was going to invite you up now that you have 1,000 followers. You need to go check your settings. But the thing is that spirituality does not make your life better. It makes your life more complicated. That's what people don't understand. Spirituality, when you wake up spiritually, it's not a pleasant experience. Most people don't wake up because they're having a pleasant experience in life. Most people will only wake up spiritually when their life goes to shit and they realize, oh damn, like something's wrong here. Like I gotta fix myself or something. I gotta work on myself. Or they have some kind of health related issue, or they have an addiction related issue like you and I do, or like we did, I'm sorry, had overcame something traumatic as like an overdose or like almost dying in a hospital bed because of alcoholism or some other reason. Nobody comes to spirituality. Anybody that just comes to spirituality because they just want to learn something, that's not a lot of people. A lot of people at some point in time in their life, get a burning desire or need to better themselves. And depending on their persuasion and who gets to them first, they might walk into a Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses, or they might let Mormons into their house for the first time, or maybe they'll go down to a friend that invited them to a drum circle, or maybe they'll get on TikTok and realize that they're witchy and now they want to learn how to like cast spells and do, cord cutting spells and stuff. So people, when they wake up spiritually, they're going to start searching. But I think people who are avant-garde and people who are really artistic and really emotional will gravitate towards everything that's mystical and magical. And that's what you see on this app. You see a lot of people who are empaths, who are raw, who have not done shadow work. And this app should be called the Shadow Work app. It should not be called TikTok. This app should be Shadow Work. That's what the name of this app should be, not TikTok. Because if you don't know what your shadow is, if you've never met your shadow, I guarantee you'll meet it after you've been on TikTok for a couple of months.
You have to. It's a survival skill. And if not, you will get chewed up and spit the fuck out.
Yeah.
I want what you were saying about it's tough being a spiritual. Most people find Jesus either in prison or in jail or on their deathbed. And I think a lot of people are so out of pocket. They're so disillusional with, the big three religions. They're trying to forge their own path. And there is no one perfect guidebook to spirituality or to witchcraft.
Yeah.
And there's so much misinformation that's being shared and pandered to. And the ones that have lived it and have experienced it for decades were like, hey, hold on. And you tell them, and then you get crapped on. And, I am so, so glad that I do not depend on my living off of TikTok. I don't know how some people do it.
Hey, Grant.
Oh my goodness, there's finally some. Hey! I'm usually the oldest one in the room.
Not anymore.
This is my best friend Grant, everybody.
Hi, Grant.
Grant is he's received his Obatala, his crown. He's also a member of the Ifa faith. He is a witch. He's Grant the Witch. We run a men's witches group in Manchester, New Hampshire, and we're not going to go into all of that. But everybody, Grant can finally go live. And so now we have Grant the Witch with us. I'm very happy to see him here.
I got to make this an instant follow.
Everybody go follow Grant.
my secret was I just started reblogging things that I like, and figuring, well, if I reblog something, maybe the people who created them will follow me back. It took me 3 weeks because 3 weeks ago I had maybe 40 followers, and I had no idea why I even had that many. And overnight, last night, I went past 1,000.
And that's just from reposting other people's videos,
Yeah,
right?
I haven't created any original content. I just been reblogging and reblogging.
So the thing is that this is what I thought about the other day. Because, you know, I got on this app several years ago, and people have always, I've gone back and forth about closed practices, what is and what is not closed. I'm not going to go into that because it doesn't matter. But earlier today, I was scrolling through the app, and yet we have another witch that, you know, jumped on Witch Talk talking about like hoodoo, and somebody asked, is it closed? And she was like, absolutely not. And so now the problem is there's such a proliferation of books about spirituality out there that don't have proper information in it, that people are rebuilding these spiritual practices from intuition. They're buying books about real stuff, and then they're just determining, oh, well, I want to do that, I don't want to do that. And it's like we're in a pick and choose which culture.
Yeah, the pick
And
me. Yeah.
yeah, it's almost like collecting entities as Pokemon cards. You know, it's like people don't realize that all of these gods and goddesses and all these deities and all these spirits, they live, they're part of an entire culture. They're not just an entity, but they're an entity that had a priesthood, that had sacrifices that were made to them, that had particular ways of doing things. You know, it's just what we're doing now is we're seeing people practice magic, but we don't have any context. It has no context to it if it's not traditional. It's just basically do whatever you want. And I tell people every day, you can't just do whatever you want. If you think that you can cast a spell any way you want, it's like taking flour and eggs and sugar and baking soda and chocolate chips and just throwing them all into a pan and mixing it up and determining, well, I think I put enough flour in, I think I put in enough eggs, turning on the oven to any temperature and putting it in there and leaving it in there for any set amount of time. If you don't know the recipe to a cake, if you don't know the temperature in which it needs to be baked at, if you don't know the amount of time that it takes to bake the cake, you're not going to get a motherfucking cake. That's the whole point. You won't get a cake out of just a bunch of flour and eggs and baking soda and chocolate chips and stuff thrown into a pan. And it's the same thing with magic. There are deep mysteries around magic that people might not even have ever heard of on this app, like planetary hours and working your magic in harmony with astrology. People don't realize for a very long time, magic was practiced, but there was astrological correspondences that people used. As an example, if you wanted to create a love spell, if you wanted to do something that contained about wealth, you would do it on Venus's day, on the hour of Venus, because you are trying to connect with that Venusian energy, that wealthy energy and that love energy. But if you cast a love spell on Saturn's day, okay, like on Mars's hour, now you've got a love spell that's kind of like unmotivated because of Saturn's energy and a little feisty because of Mars's energy. So now, even though you had the right intention, you're still not working with the right energies, and everything is energy. It's all energy. It's intention and it's energy, but you have to know that you're working with the correct energies in order to manifest something, because it takes all of those things. It's not just one thing. It's like your birth sign. It's not just your big three. People get really confused. People come into my live and they say, what's your big three? Well, okay, I can tell you what my sun sign and my moon sign and my rising sign is, but there are 12 signs, there are 12 planets, and there are 12 houses in astrology in your birth chart. So you are a combination of all 12 of those signs, all 12 of those planets, and whatever is going on in that first, second, third, fifth house, whatever. You're all of those things. That's why I do birth charts, and there's my opportunity to sell shit. If you go to my TikTok profile and you click on my link tree, it says, get your birth chart read. Let me read your birth chart. That's a service. You should do it. If you're a witch and you've never had your birth chart done, you absolutely should. Because you are a combination of all these forces, of all these energies that are going on in the universe at the moment of your birth. And we can tell you, why did you reincarnate? It's right there in your birth chart. Why you decided to reincarnate and what your struggles are going to be in this life, it's in your birth chart. I can show you where it is. Your Atmakaraka is your soul planet. Everybody has a soul planet. That's the planet that's the highest in the sky at the moment of your birth. Whichever planet is ruling the sky at the moment of your birth, that's your soul planet. And whatever house that planet falls in is going to tell you what are the reoccurring themes that are going to happen to you throughout your life over and over and over again. Astrology is important. It's important to know about yourself, and it's also important when you're practicing magic. These are things that you'll never hear said on this app. And Bree,
What? I actually have a question about the birth chart before you go off on me. So I was born in the 60s. So the window of my time of birth is 6 hours. I know it was in the daylight, but back then they knocked the moms out. So can you still do a birth chart?
so if somebody doesn't have their birth time, the only thing they're not going to know for sure is their rising sign, because the rising sign is a sign that was rising on the eastern horizon at the moment of your birth, and it takes 2 hours for every sign of the zodiac to pass over us. So if you don't know the exact time of birth, we will calculate it from noon. But if you say, well, it was between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. or noon in the morning, then we'll say, okay, well, let's do 10. If you have like a little bit of wiggle room.
It was in daylight, so it would be between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. So yeah, that's why I've never had my chart done.
Did you say 3 p.m. to 6 p.m.? You said between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m.?
Yes.
So what I would do is I would run your chart at like 4:30 in the afternoon. What we'd stick it right in the middle of that window, and then what we would know at least is kind of like what your rising sign is. And we could probably determine what your rising sign is also through divination, because when it comes down to it, if I don't know someone's rising sign, I will inquire with my spirits, because I trust my spirits, to try to get their opinion on it. It's not necessary to know your rising sign, but it's very, very important, because in Vedic astrology, your rising sign is who you are. It's the mask that you wear when you get up in the morning and you go out on the street. It's the ego. Your rising sign is how people perceive you in the world. See, I don't know how people perceive me. I know a lot of people don't like me, but I don't know how people perceive me. And my rising sign tells me how people perceive me. I'm a motherfucking Virgo. Okay? That's how people perceive me. So if we could figure out like maybe which rising sign is what your rising sign is, or what's in that time frame, you could probably say, you know what? I know I'm not a Pisces. I have to be an Aquarius. And then you would just have to go on your own gut instinct when it came to your rising sign. But there is a spiritual world that answers questions. So if we felt
That
very
is
strongly
true.
that you were an Aquarius, then we could cast divination and get you up. And for whoever was down there that said something about witches, hold on a second. There, I want to bring up my friend Lauren. So the concept or the idea is, I don't know what I was talking about. I forgot. Yeah, what I said, Bree, is that I would love to calculate your chart for you, and it wouldn't even matter exactly what time it is at. It would be fine. We would figure it out.
Yeah, I'll go on your site and get that,
Thank you, honey. That would be great.
because
I'd
it could
really love to
probably
do it for you.
explain a lot. But have you ever heard the term 11th hour? I'm an 11th hour girl, Everything comes down to the 11th hour. Always, it can be the most desperate situation or the greatest situation. It is not going to happen for me until the 11th hour.
There has to be an astrological reason in your birth chart that that's happening to you. And I understand that. And I didn't understand that until I did my own chart and I started reading through it. There's a lot of things that my birth chart 100% called me out on. One of them is religious extremism. It's in my birth chart that I am prone to religious extremism
I can
and
see
that I
that.
can be an extremist. So so when I read somebody's birth chart, what happens is every single planet is going to behave differently in every sign. And anybody who wants to start learning astrology, the way you need to think about astrology is you need to think about the planets as people. They were always considered people. They are the gods. They are the gods of the ancient world, the planets, okay? And so the planets have a personality. And if you understand the personality of the planet, then you will understand how the planet is going to in each house. Why do I say that? Because you don't interact with people at work in the same way that you interact with your parents. You don't interact with your parents the same way you do with your children. And you don't interact with any of those people the same way you interact with your romantic lover or your partner. So you are a different person to different people. And you're going to behave differently at work. And you're going to behave differently at home. And you're going to behave differently at a rock concert. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that if we put Venus in Taurus, which is Venus's favorite sign, Venus is going to lay out and spread herself wide open. She's going to want to be taken care of. She wants her nails done. She wants her toes did. She wants to have her hair nice and slicked back. Peel me a grape. She wants a glass of wine in her hand, and she doesn't want to do anything because Venus in Taurus is lazy as hell. Now, you take Venus and you put it in Leo. You put it in the sun rules Leo. So let's put Venus in Leo. What happens to Venus in Leo? She gets spicy, okay? Now she gets jealous really easy, okay? Now she's got a higher sex drive. She's all horned up, okay? That's how Venus is in Leo. That sun energy that is in Leo is going to heat up Venus's natural characteristics. So if you can understand these concepts that the planets behave differently in every sign, then you have made a big leap forward with your astrology. The next thing is that I don't know. I forgot. I don't know. I'm
Is
just
it
running
the
my mouth.
concept of
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited for you to do my birth chart.
Yeah, I really do. I want to. I wonder if Birch can't go live now. I wonder if they hit him with a violation that he can't go live.
Another 5-minute timeout because he turned around and came right back in
Oh,
5
did
minutes.
he really?
Yep.
so? Ryan did mine, and I gave him a time from what my mother had said, and then while going through plowing through a pile of papers earlier this year, I found my hospital birth certificate, which because my state birth certificate didn't have the time, but the hospital certificate did, and it was 3 minutes off. but he redid it again by just adjusting for 3 minutes.
And here's what's interesting. 3 minutes can make a huge difference because literally twins that are coming out like minutes apart from one another will have completely different birth charts.
Wow.
Because
My father was a twin.
yeah, well, I mean, the thing is in Vedic astrology, or the kind of astrology I do, we have something that will literally break down the charts into smaller portions. That's part of the analysis. And you can literally break down someone's birth chart to like 5 minutes apart. You will have major, major, major differences. If there's literally a 5-minute gap, even if there's a 3-minute gap, there's still things that can change in the universe because it moves that fast. People don't realize that because you're standing on the earth and you're looking up at the sky and you see the planets are there and they tend to, they look like they're moving slow. Guess what? They're not. That's an illusion. So, hey, Birch, I invited you up. Can you not come up?
He says he's doing dad stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I don't know if it was you or me, but one of us got me. Although I have been in somebody else's live and I've been shut off. Like my camera was shut off and nobody else's. So anyway, going back to TikTok and the issue with TikTok. Let me tell everybody something about witches that talk shit about you behind your back. Let's just talk about it for a second. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. When someone on this app talks shit about you and attacks you, it is like them picking up shit and throwing it in your lawn. It's literally like them picking up a handful of poop and throwing it at you, okay? And when you respond to those people, you are picking that shit up off the ground and you are eating it when you respond back to someone. And I want you to remember that. I want you to get that image in your head clearly. When someone attacks you on this app and starts spewing shit at you, when you respond, you are literally spoon feeding yourself that shit and allowing that person to continue. Because the Ursa person, that person came after me for a year. None of y'all said anything when she was coming after me for a year. She came after me for a year viciously. Nobody stood up for me. I just blocked that person and literally had to block that person at least 20 times on 20 different profiles. So what I'm saying is you guys have to realize that you need to stop engaging with these people because there are people who want to listen to you. People like Bree, people like Birch, people like Witchfoot. People follow you because they want to hear you talk about witchcraft, not because they want to see you fighting with some witch that only has one tooth and is a drunk sitting in the back of some trailer park somewhere in, the worst California. So I need everybody to remember that.
I have a gentle question. Given what you just said, because I've been following you for 2 years, and you have to say, yeah, I was the king of responding to negative retort. What changed for you? What brought you to the point to what you just said?
I started loving myself. I started having value for myself, and I realized that I was better than that. When I started having self-respect and I realized that I was going to demand respect from everybody, whether or not they wanted to give it to me or not, I started blocking. I started blocking because getting angry and being upset and responding back got my over 100,000 follower account canceled because I got in a fight with some girl that attacked me first, and then I got blamed for it. So what happened was I lost my account because I lost my cool. I talked a lot of shit and I got into a lot of beef with a creator that had 400,000 followers, and her 400,000 followers came and took out my 100,000 follower account. It was a war, literally a war of practitioners where people are like battling to take out each other's accounts, which is exactly what has happened over and over and over and over and over again since I've gotten on this app. And when I was canceled, and when my name was drugged from one end of the internet to the other, and I was called all of these horrible things, I literally had to sit there and ask myself, why did I do that? Why was I so upset by what that person said that allowed me to ruin my life? Because it affected my business, it affected my money, it affected a lot of things. I mean, and when I say there's like hundreds of thousands of people out there that don't like me, I'm not even lying. I can tell you, I have at least 100,000 people on the internet that don't like my face. That's reach that level of achievement. So what I'm saying is I love myself more than allowing myself to be dragged down, and I don't want that energy in my life. Don't want it in my life anymore.
Great answer. Now, here's the second part to that question. And I'm asking this question because I'm in this moment now myself. So what about, when you're being dragged by another creator and your mutuals are friends and mutuals with your enemy, what do you do?
My enemies, my friends who want to be friends with my enemies are my enemies. Period.
Bingo.
We're not going to,
Bingo.
you're not going to straddle the fence and be like, well, I hear what she has to say, but I understand what she has to say. That's a cop out because nobody is neutral in these kinds of opinions. That
That's
person, I think you might be talking about Kaz. I don't have any beef with her now. We did in the past when we got into a fight over fairies and I blocked her for 2 years, but we're friends now and I opened my account back up to her. But like seeing her trying to play both sides of the fence of, well, this and well, that. My enemies, if you're going to be friends with my enemies, you're my enemy. And that means we don't need to be friends. And that means that you need to be blocked. And I don't care how fucking long you've been following me because I would block you, Bree. I would block you. I would block any of you that wanted to jump on the bandwagon with my enemies or not support me because there's something called loyalty. See, I still believe in loyalties because even if you said something and somebody else said something and I'm your friend, Bree, if I realized that that person was wrong, I would not entertain it. I wouldn't even entertain it because for me, this is not a popularity contest. People already hate me on this app. They can keep hating. I think the problem with a lot of people like you and Kaz and other people is that you guys are trying to maintain a certain level of civility in a system that has no civility. You're trying to maintain civility and you're trying to be politically correct, or maybe not politically correct. You're trying to be the better person.
I'm trying to be
you
kind.
can't be a better person with the type of people that are on this app. You will never be able to bring her to your level. It'll never happen. And so what I'm saying is like, if people want to hang out with my enemies, then they don't need to follow me. And I have the right to set a boundary that protects me. That's loving yourself. Loving yourself means putting up a boundary that prevents toxic and negative people from coming into your space. And because I care about my own mental and emotional well-being, because I'm an alcoholic and I am not going to be pushed back into drinking, and I'm not going to get thrown back into addiction just because my life goes to shit on social media. I've done this before. I've been canceled before. I've had millions of followers before. This isn't my first time at the rodeo. TikTok is my most recent run at the rodeo, but people don't understand how many millions of people out there know who I am off this app. Okay, so this is definitely not my first time at the rodeo, but I should have never allowed these people to make me upset. And you shouldn't allow them to make you upset. They're just trashy people.
It's really hard to toe the line, and I think I've done a pretty good job of it. And, you know, I will be vulnerable and raw and tell you that I'm old school. Never let them see you sweat and never let them see you cry. With that being said, when I'm on the phone with my partner or it's late at night and I'm by myself and I literally feel the weight of all the negative. And sometimes it's just too much. It's too much. And it has nothing to do about being a good person. I didn't deserve this or they didn't deserve whatever. It's just there's people out there that no matter what I say or I do, they're going to hate what I'm putting out there. And I've tried really hard to block. I've asked people, don't send me videos. I don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's not beneficial to me. Because no matter how strong-willed or strong-minded you are, that stuff does get in your head. It absolutely does.
People don't understand the mental and psychological abuse that I have been through on this app. Nobody will ever know the mental and emotional psychological abuse that I've sustained on this app. It damaged me permanently. I have emotional damage. I have emotional and psychic damage from being on this app because there are literally people that will literally hate my guts just because they see the color of my face. 100%. They don't have to know me. They don't have to watch one video. They don't have to know what I'm initiated in. They don't have to know anything about my ancestry or my family. They see this big fucking white face, and they see that I practice voodoo or that that I'm in the Ifa religion, and they will hate me immediately, automatically, because of my color. I never experienced that before in my life. In my life, before I got on this app. And it's really, really a shame. And you cannot fight. You can't say, no, you don't understand. You don't know. Like, I stopped doing that. I stopped responding saying, but you don't know who I am. You don't know my path. You don't know what I've been through. They don't care. And so when that shit comes through, it's an automatic block, okay? If you can't show up and be friendly and say, hey, how are you? Could you tell me a little bit about yourself, like why you're here? Could you tell me a little bit about your spiritual path? Like, I've had people do that. There have been people that came into my room that said, hey, can I ask you a question politely? You're white. Could you explain to me why you're doing the practices that you're doing? I don't have any problem with anybody coming into my life and asking me. I will say to them exactly why I'm here, what my experience is and what my religion is, if they ask. But see, people won't even ask. And so, like, I can't even tell you the amount of hatred that I have endured over the past 3.5 years being on this app for no other reason than the way I look. And that's really, really, really fascinating to me.
Do you think it changed you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, and it made me so upset, because then I started becoming very, very self-conscious. Then I started asking myself questions. If I walk into the Verizon store and everybody in the room is black, what do they think about me? Like, what do these people actually think or feel about me? They don't know me, but they see me. Maybe someone's not going to say something to my face, but my perception of how I felt other people perceived me changed for the worse, not for the better. Then I started asking myself questions like, what kind of negative feelings people had about me that I didn't know about prior to my experience on TikTok. That was a very real reality that I need to confront. How do people feel about me? Just from me being in the room has nothing to do with my political views, my religious views, my spirituality, has nothing to do with my sexual orientation or my gender identity. I mean, literally the way I look, because I wasn't raised like other white boys. I didn't have that growing up. So to me, it was really shocking to see the volatile response I received from people from basically just living my best life and practicing my religion and being happy about it. I was shocked. I never thought that I would experience religious persecution like this. Growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, they always told us when the end of the world comes, all the true Christians are going to be rounded up and it's going to be the end of the world and you're going to be persecuted. I never thought that I was going to experience religious persecution practicing my religion. Ever. Totally blindsided me. And I'm just speaking truth. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm speaking my truth. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not complaining. This isn't a white boy whining session. Okay. I'm not expressing white fragility. I'm just saying that I never realized how many people hated me just because I looked like this.
You probably never knew what fundamentalist Baptists said about Jehovah's Witnesses and about Mormons, and you were probably isolated from that, but that would be just the beginning.
Yeah, I was really sheltered growing up, and I grew up in a diverse Creolized household. Even though we were witnesses, I grew up in a Creole environment, and the environment I was raised in was extremely diverse. I never thought I was any different from anyone else. I never felt different from anyone else. I always felt like I was in my space, and so I have to say that I can understand how TikTok could radicalize young white men to be racist. I can see that. I can see how that's possible. That can happen. That's a real thing. And obviously I am more enlightened, and thank God, I'm not that person, but I can understand the social identity politics that are being played around with on this app, and how they're very damaging to everyone, not just one group of people. Everyone is suffering together,
Yeah.
moaning and groaning together on this app. It's absolutely horrible. There's so much negative energy on this app. Let me tell all 43 people that are watching in the room, and all 11 people that are not inside my room watching, let me give you some advice. My advice is TikTok is social junk food. It is social media junk food for your brain. And just like you need to eat vegetables, and you need to eat lean meats and healthy saturated fats, and you need to drink your water, and you need to cut out sugar, and you don't need to drink alcohol and other things that are going to damage your body, TikTok is damaging your mind. Take me down. Prove me wrong. There is damage that is happening on us as a society all the way across because of people's inability to cope with their own shadow. And this app is
A breeding ground.
It's good and it's bad, because if you can get to the other side of it like I have, then the experience, as painful as it was worth it, because at least you learn something about yourself. At least I learned something about myself. But for everybody else, it's the Jerry Springer show. It's Geraldo every single day. And that's spiritual junk food.
I thought
Summer said, I think social media is what you make it. Balance is necessary. Balance is the key to everything. But until you go through it, until you get hammered on a daily basis of hate, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different. I miss when I had less than 10K. I'm not a huge creator, but I've made enough racket that I have consistent haters.
If you didn't have
This is
haters, you'd be
foreign
doing
to me.
something wrong, though.
What?
If you didn't have haters, you would be doing something wrong.
Well,
Because
that sucks.
nobody who's doing better than you is going to hate on you. Anybody who's doing as good as you are or better is not going to hate you. It's only the people at the bottom that have the most resentment, the most anger, the most self-hate, and the most prejudices that are going to be constantly snapping up at anybody that they perceive as being better than them, or perceive as controlling or manipulative. Because I pretty much can think about all the things that they say about you behind your back. I pretty much know. I can hear it now. And other people's feelings about you don't matter. And other people's opinions about you don't matter. The only people that matter is you, your value for yourself, and your spirits, your ancestors and your guides, whoever it is that you work with, your divinities, doesn't matter. The person that matters the most is you, how you feel, and the people that want to hear you teach. Everybody else doesn't. Everybody else doesn't matter. They can say whatever they want. If you're out there producing clean content, and when I say clean, I don't mean like morally, ethically clean, because God knows I'm not. You can just go to my X profile and you can see it all. Thank you so much. But what I'm saying is that if you're creating clean content, like trying to be educational, putting out videos teaching people about your spirituality, putting videos out there teaching people about herbs, giving people information that's actually useful in their life, people will follow you and listen to you because they're learning from you. People don't want to hear people bitching on this app anymore. People are emotionally fatigued. There's an emotional fatigue that people feel in the witch talk community, because they just cannot handle another big creator witch getting in fight with another creator witch. They just can't do it. It's not what people want. What people want is they want good content. And so I have basically taken control of my experience on this app. I have taken control over my experience. I have taken control over my experience by when I wake up in the morning, if I'm not in the right mood, y'all ain't going to hear from me. So on days that you don't see me post a TikTok and on days that you don't see me go live, I'm emotionally fatigued on this app and I can't get on here. Because if I get on here in the wrong frame of mind, then something bad is going to happen and I'm going to get into a fight with someone and then it's going to be another controversy. I literally get a panic attack before I go live. I have anxiety attacks before I go live on this app because I'm already expecting that when I go live and when I wear my aleques and I start putting down cards, there are going to be people that are going to come in making very negative comments towards me for no damn reason at all. Thank you, Wild Ash Banshee. You're so sweet. But what I'm saying is I have to be mentally prepared to get on this app. I literally have to be mentally prepared to open this app. I wake up in the morning and I make my coffee and I take my morning shit and I make my cheesy and I'm holding my phone in my hand. Should I open it? Should I not open it? Should I open it? Should I not open it? And so then I finally decided, okay, well, let's open it up. And everybody's fighting with one another, trying to hex each other's bloodlines, trying to kill everybody. What the hell? And I'm like, I don't want to be on this app. It makes me mad that I am financially tied to this app. I make money off this app. This is my primary way of advertising my services as a psychic medium, doing $20 for 20 minute for $20 readings live. For being live, people will not get private readings with me live. Most people will get lives from me because they see me live giving readings, because they want the experience of getting a reading from me, but they don't want to do it on the app. So when I go live and I do $20 for 20 minute or whatever, 20 for 20 readings, I know that I'm going to have people that see me that are going to want to buy a reading from me or a birth chart from me. And that's, or buy products from me. So that is how this book, like I'm literally a little botanica, right? This is how my little botanica functions online. So, but I hate the fact that I have to do it. I resent the fact that I have to be on this app to do it. It's because there's a never-ending supply of people in this world that are just like not awake. And we have to this is what I had to recognize. I had to recognize that when somebody comes after me and wants to attack me for any reason, it's because I'm dealing with someone who has mental and behavioral health problems or is wounded and hasn't healed. Because people who are sane and on their medication and in therapy are not struggling with all of these internalized angst, okay, would not have these issues with me. So what I recommend is that you just need to cut off anyone that is going to continue to, sit around and play toesies with people that want to bring you grief and pain and suffering, and they get off on it. You don't understand. They get adrenaline rushes when you respond to them. When they see your comments on somebody else's video defending yourself, it literally gives them a big hard on to keep going harder and harder and harder and harder, because that's what they want. They want to see you upset. They want to see you angry. They want to see you cry. They want to laugh at you. Never let your enemies see you cry. Don't let you, and I did that. I've made that mistake too. I've made all the mistakes. The reason why I can say this is because I've made all these mistakes. I learned my lesson. Obara Meiji, if you know, you know. Obara Meiji, right here. If you know, you know. I have learned all the lessons from running my mouth. So what I'm trying to say is people are really that sick. They have like this thing where they get off on bringing other people emotional distress. It's a whole thing. And that's why even if you like somebody, even if you'd followed them for a long time, even if they've defended you in the past, even if you defended them, if your relationship no longer is appropriate with one another for whatever reason, you have to end it. And you don't need to feel bad about it. You don't need any reason to walk away from a relationship other than I'm not happy. And that also means in your relationships with your boyfriend, with your girlfriend, with your husband, your wife. You don't need to have a falling out in order to walk away from a relationship. He doesn't have to go cheat on you. You don't have to go cheat on him. There doesn't have to be an incident. There doesn't have to be a stabbing, because I talked to somebody today who stabbed her husband. She was awesome. But the point is, there doesn't have to be that kind of like visceral response. You can literally walk away relationship. Peace out. We have walked as far as we can walk together on this journey in life. Now I'm going to leave. Thank you very much. I have other things to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So and here's the other thing I don't like. The other thing I don't like is witch talk is not a community. There is no witch community on TikTok. Let's be real. I have said this before and I'll say it again. I used to say it on Facebook. This is not a community. There is no witch talk community. That is a lie. There is no witch community on this app. There is not. There are a bunch of people who have got huge egos that are running personality cults, and they're moving around one another or they're moving with one another, okay? And so what you get here is you don't have a community. You have packs of wolves running side by side with one another. And the thing is that a community is when you wake up in the morning and you put on your black pointy hat and your black pointy shoes and your black dress and you get in your motherfucking car and you drive down to your witch friend's house like I do when I go to Grant's, and you and all your witches come together in community face to practice ceremony and ritual. Me and Grant have full moon ceremonies, and we also do all the 8 major Wiccan holidays. That's our thing. We have this gathering, and we have our male witches that are in our group, and that is called a community. A community are people that you see and you talk to and you can put your hands on, that you can touch them. This is not a community. This is just basically a place where people hang out online. This is a place. Go ahead, Grant, talk.
Are all virtual medias not capable of building community?
Somebody answer him.
I didn't quite hear that.
The question again, Grant. Grant, say your question again, please.
Yeah. So, it are all virtual communities like this, are virtual media like this, unable to create real community?
I personally have created some really good relationships with individuals off of this app. Some I have met face to face. Some of it's been, you know, just by the app. I mean, I met my partner off this app, and we've been together for over a year, and I absolutely love her. And TikTok is the reason why I met her. I had a really good experience the first year and a half on this app. I didn't go through what Ryan did or other large creators. I've only experienced it for the last 6 months, and it's been terrible,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I feel like a junkie, like I'm trying to get back to where I was.
Was the difference that you actually met her in person?
Um, well, she lives in Ohio and I live in Florida.
Wow.
Um, but so we see each other every 3 months, and
Yeah.
you know, the U-Haul is in the future, right? If you know
Yeah.
anything about a lesbian relationship, there's going to be a U-Haul, right? But so so I've had a good experience and a blessing until here recently. Um, I um, to bring together the community, and it's a great book. Ryan's in the book, and it's been a shit show, a literal shit show. And I'm like, you know, is it time that I take my bow? Is it time that I bow out of this? And, because it has taken away from my practice, and I've had enough.
You're not going to leave, Bree. You're
I
not
don't,
going to leave.
I don't know how you did it so long. I
How do
really
you, me and Jennifer, you've seen me and Jennifer
Mm-hmm.
repeatedly be attacked for years.
Yes.
And you're experiencing a little taste of it right now in your situation. Okay.
Well, it sucks.
It does. It makes you feel disgusting. It makes you feel nasty. It makes you feel gross, like you need a shower. You know, I used to be on the app and go live, and I used to do TikToks all day, and then I would literally have to do spiritual baths afterwards because of the amount of that heavy pressure and negative energy that I can pull off this app just from people being nasty. Okay. So, but the thing is that if you quit, they win. If you allow them to prevent you from living your purpose and your destiny, helping people and do your practice, they have won, because their one goal is to get you off the app. They want to force you off the app. They want to silence your voice. Don't allow anyone to silence your voice. Don't allow anyone to change you. You just have to suffer with it right now and get through it, and basically cut off as many people as you have to in order to maintain your sanity.
I guess we were supposed to have this conversation.
I would be very upset. I would be very upset if I opened TikTok and didn't see you. I would be very upset because I consider you a friend, because you're somebody that I've actually talked to and text back and forth off this app. And what Summer said earlier is 100% true. You can create a community from people you meet online, but the people that are online is not your community. The people that are offline are your community. And even then you have to be discriminating, because there are people that will become your friends just so they can screenshot your text messages and your conversations. So we our screen record your conversations over WhatsApp or FaceTime. So what I'm trying to say is a community is, and people you trust are people that you can see face to face. And if you can't see them face to face, and you do have a long distance relationship, you have to make sure that you're protecting yourself. You have to have strong boundaries between you and other people. There was a spiritualist, Monroe Rodriguez. I'll go ahead and throw his name out there. Okay. He can't stand me. I can't stand him. Whatever. Too bad. When I first went to him, I told him things about problems I was having in the tradition, or I was telling him about issues between me and another spiritualist. Okay. That motherfucker went and took all the screenshots of our text message conversation and put them on TikTok for everybody to read. That was when I realized people are shit and you can't trust anyone. I trusted this person. I said things to this person in confidence about ceremonies that I had gone through, about relationships between me and my godparents. And that motherfucker did nothing but put that shit online for everybody to see, and then create one profile after another for a year to troll my accounts. And I'm like, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? It's the same thing with people that download one of my videos and clip a 5-second clipping of, see, he's a misogynist. See, he's a racist. And they've even called me a pedophile on here. I've been called everything on here. The reason why they called me a pedo was because I said one time in one video that I used to be an adult entertainer. And they said that I was trying to get children to go watch X-rated content online, because I said, yeah, I was an adult entertainer. I mean, it's ridiculous, the shit that I've put up with on this app. It's horrible. It's terrible. So what I'm saying is if I had to go through it, so do you. Suck it up. Just go ahead and cry about it. Okay. And then, let it go. Be mad about it. Shake your fist, curse, go down to the boxing gym or Planet Fitness and beat it out on a treadmill or with boxing gloves on, but then get over it and keep doing you, because those people would do nothing but sit around and celebrate. They would have a party if they could get you off this app, and that makes me mad.
So what you're saying is, suck it up, Buttercup, huh?
You have to. You don't have any other option, and I'll tell you why. Let me tell you about me, and this is the example that I'm going to use. I have helped more than 5, but maybe less than 10 women that were in abusive relationships with men who are alcoholics or drug addicts or abusive verbally, emotionally, even physically, violent. I have helped women get out of their relationships. They would not have left their relationships with their partners if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for readings that I gave them, if it wasn't for me helping them come up with a game plan to exit the relationship, like timing, okay, saving money, all of that. I've done all of that stuff, okay, to help. And children that had to leave with them, okay? I had to give them the conversation. You're not doing your kids any fucking favors staying with this guy. You don't understand. You're teaching your boys that it's okay for men to treat women like this, and you're teaching your little girls not to value themselves. I've done the whole thing. They left. So if I improve the quality of at least one of those little girls' lives, one of those children gets a better life because that woman listened to me and got the hell out of that relationship. It was worth all of the persecution, all of the prejudice. It was worth every single minute of people calling me names and continuing to call me names on this app because they don't matter. And if you're one of my haters watching this, you don't matter. You don't matter to me. You don't matter. Your opinions about me don't matter, and your feelings about me don't matter, because you don't get to see all of the heroic acts that I do off this app. They're missed on you and for anybody else that hates me. So what I'm saying is people can talk as much shit as they want about me. I know what I do on this app. People come to me because they trust me. People book readings with me because they know I won't lie to them, because I might be the biggest asshole on TikTok, on Witch Talk, but I'm also the most honest. So people come to me literally because they want that honesty. So I'm going to continue to do me. I'm going to continue to take care of myself and my women and my, men and all of the people that come along with them. I'm going to continue to take care of my people and protect my people and help my people and be a spiritualist to my community. And my community are the people that follow me, nobody else. They're the people that are always in my lives. They're the people that come back and buy $20 reading. They're the people that buy books. They're the people that are in my Facebook group. They're my mentees. They're the people that are my friends, that I consider friends off this app, that I will literally respond to on social media or in a text message, okay? Those are the people that matter to me. Everybody else can go suck on an egg. I think I've made myself really clear.
I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with it. It's just a shift. It's something that I have to shift within myself. I get it.
But here's the thing. You don't know. This is what I told Jennifer one day. Witchfoot, when we were talking about like her canceled accounts and building her audience back up and all of this stuff. I said to her, and this is true, for you and for any other content creator, you don't know what the long-term effects of you being on this app have done to people's lives. There might be a woman that wakes up every single day and she likes 3 people. She likes Nana, she likes Bree Witch, and she likes Witchfoot. And when she gets up in the morning and she opens up her app, she's looking forward to seeing you because she likes your content, because she likes your face, because you speak a language that she understands, because she resonates with you. Okay, she's a fan, she's a follower, and your content is what helps them get through their day. They're able to go to work and deal with bosses that they hate. They go home and they deal with family members they don't like. They're on a spiritual path that they need guidance on, and they look to women like you to provide that source of information. And by you taking yourself off this app, you are depriving those women of enjoying your company on this app. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Because I love you. I think you're just awesome. I think you're a great person. I had the opportunity to interview Bree. You can go to my podcast, the Philip Deal podcast, on Spotify or Google or Apple or any of those podcasting apps, and you can listen to the Philip Deal podcast and our interview with one another. And you can hear me and Nana the Witch And I'm going to put that in a podcast because it's on my YouTube channel. Our live Zoom conversation is on YouTube, but I've got to convert it to a file, an audio file, to put it on Spotify, and I'm going to do that.
But can I make a comment real quick? Because it's actually why I jumped on here.
Go for it.
Ryan, you are not the biggest asshole on this app by far. By far.
Oh,
by
come on.
far.
I'm trying to keep an image up over here.
I'm sorry, but I got to let the cat out of the bag on that one.
I appreciate
You know,
that.
I remember when Nana and Ryan were kind of going at it. But if you watched
a couple
it
years ago,
transpire, it worked out. Two adults, they said what they had to say, and at the end of the day, you became friends. And I'm like, yeah, this is adults. This is being an adult.
Bree, you made a video about it this morning. Fact of the matter is, the majority of us have abilities. I can see into Ryan. I know who he is, regardless of what he's saying or what he's doing. I know who he is. I wouldn't have continued engaging with him in any positive or negative way had I not known and read his energy and knew who he was. You know?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
People just know. You don't have to worry about people judging you because they know.
Well, that's like, there's a lot of creators, I don't always agree with them, but so what? So what?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I love what you guys bring to the table. And that's what I look for. What you bring to the table, I've learned from both of you. And I absolutely appreciate that, and I respect that. You may not always know that I learned something from you, but I did. You know? And, and I also want to say this, Ryan, because of the conversation we had. You never know what it's like until you're in that situation. I'm glad. It's only been 6 months for me, but that's enough. I've had enough. I don't know how you did it for 2 years. And, even though I never unfollowed you and I followed all of your accounts, knowing what I know now, I wish I would have said something back then. I wish I would have said, hey, stop being a jerk to him. Hey, stop inciting this. So I actually want to apologize for never stepping up to the plate for you.
Don't even worry about it. But believe me, I don't have any hard feelings at all towards anybody. I don't even have hard feelings towards the people that I've gotten into fights with. I don't have, and let me put this out there. I don't have hard feelings towards Maggie or Ursa. I wish they would just change their behavior. I wish they could change their behavior and get out of the negativity and be positive. I just wish that we could all be positive, be better. So I'm not even throwing any kind of hate or shade in that direction because I don't have any ill will towards people. I disagree with people. Like Nana, we got into some kind of disagreement, but I liked her enough that I didn't block her because I like her. And me and Uncle Birch, we will get into a fight at least once a month about whether or not essential oils are magical or not and whether hoodoo is a closed practice or not. Literally, we will go back and forth with that at least once a month. But guess what? I was just on his live. And he'll come up on my live. We're still, I don't have to agree with you to be your friend because adults can disagree on stuff like that and still be friends. You have to do some really bad fuck shit for me to be like, oh, I'm not talking to you. You really have to go into the gutter in order for me to walk away from a relationship with you. That's just how I am. Like I said, I also believe in loyalty.
Well, Bree and I are Tauruses, and there's nobody more loyal than a Taurus.
I second that.
My wish for everyone on TikTok is that we could all come to a ceasefire and decide that we're going to not attack one another for a week. 1 week. Let's have 1 week on Witch Talk where everybody just shuts up or does something else, like literally focuses on glamour magic. Why don't we just go ahead and make it a trend, okay? Let's talk about glamour magic for a week and leave everything else alone. Practices, who said this about that one or whatever, or at least for Christ's sake, get out of everybody else's way and just block everybody you don't like. I'm going to encourage the 50 people in my room and the 11 people that are outside of my room. If you don't like me, that block button works. I guarantee it does. All you have to do is push it. And you can push that button for as many people as you don't like. It's that simple. And your life will be for it. My life will be better off for it. And the other people that get mad is because they don't like the idea that I'm making money off of what I do. They're mad that I make money and that they don't. They're mad at you because you were the bitch witch that went out there and crafted a book. Good for you, good on you, that you went out into the witch talk community and you decided to get the best of the best witches that wanted to contribute stuff to your book. You got them to do it. Great job. Excellent. Beautiful. Good for you. You did that. Everybody else can haterade all day long. It's a great book. I'm in it, so you have to buy it. Do you know what I mean? And I know that there are people that probably don't like it or whatever, but it's still none of their business. Just stay in your lane, people. If it's not your business, if it's not bothering you in any kind of way, if you're not hurting anyone and they're not hurting you, and everybody is at their own stage of development. The Doctrine of Spiritism by Alan Kardec, which is a foundational book within the Spiritist community that practices Espiritismo and spiritualism and Spiritism, says that. It says that we are all on our own path and we are all at different stages of enlightenment. We're all at different stages of spiritual growth. So those people at the Westboro Baptist Church that want to go to people's funerals and hold up flags that God hates everybody and shake their fist, you're going to hell, that's where they're at. That's just where they're at. Then you have people who are Tibetan Buddhist monks that have renunciated the world and are sitting on the top of a mountain in the Himalayas somewhere. They're meditating, they're doing their gongs and their chants and everything else, and they're on their own path. They're doing their own thing. So what I'm saying is that you don't get attracting people who vibrate lower frequency than you. Every single time you engage with somebody that vibrates at a lower frequency than you, you are harming yourself. It's self-harm. That is a form of self-harm. Go ahead.
Can I differentiate something though?
Yeah.
And actually, I'll use myself as a perfect example. When those three people, I'm not going to mention any names, I think everybody here knows who they are, found their way onto my page, which I don't even know why, I just immediately blocked them. That wasn't the energy I wanted, okay? But now I had another little girl coming at me, and I fed off of her for 2 days, and I got a lot of book work done. There's a difference in engaging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And
okay, yeah.
I will say this, Nana, the ones that you're talking about, actually,
the ones I blocked?
Yeah, they're going down the line of all the contributors.
Oh,
they're going down the
see.
line.
I see. That energy I have no use for. But young, dumb energy I can feed off of.
You transmute
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But it's the truth. Derek and I got into it once, and the energy I got off him, I finished my Quantum Witch book. And he knows that. He and I have talked about it all the time.
And you and him still communicate.
We're mutuals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pick and choose my battles. I decide, what is worth responding to and what is not. Now, like I said before, you guys get on my lives these days, you'll never hear me talking about other people. I won't sit and go on and on and on for hours and hours and hours about one creator that I don't like and everything they've done. That is not a good use of my time. You will also not see me actively attacking anybody in my videos on this app. I will repost videos where I'm correcting someone that I have seen. If I see a creator that has made a video and I feel like they're in error when it comes to their witchcraft or their practice or some kind of something they're teaching that can be harmful, you will never see me stitch a witch on this app and make a video response unless I feel like the information they're putting out there could be damaging to other people. That's the only time you will hear me go after I don't go after anyone. I'm not a go after people. I don't give a fuck what people do. But what I'm saying is that I have to choose, I actively choose what I have time for that day. And if it's someone saying shit that I can teach off of, if I can make a teaching point off of it, then I will. Because I think it's important to bring some level of sanity and rationality to this app, where this app is, everyone is emotionally driven. People could take a really big chill pill and stop being emotionally driven, stop having knee-jerk reactions, and as soon as something triggers you, open up the app and start videotaping yourself talking shit. It's the worst use of your time, is to get triggered and get some kind of briar up your butt and then decide you're going to get on TikTok and tell everybody about it. You don't do
That's the
that.
truth.
Don't do it. Nobody wants to see
I know
that.
from
Nobody wants to see
experience that's the truth.
it just brings your energy level down. And, you know, for me these days, my account, get this, my account just hit 18K. Well, TikTok has been suppressing my content for so long. I'm wondering what happened or who's sharing my stuff, because usually people only come follow me if people are talking shit. Here's the other thing I learned about Oshun. Let me tell you about the divinity that I worship, my mother, Oshun. I didn't realize that every single time people attacked me, Oshun was turning their hatred into my wealth. Because let me tell you something, I am in a win-win situation. Whether people are talking shit about me or whether they're singing my praises, I'm making money on this app. I make money off of the people that attack me on this app. There was some woman last week. She got on our Facebook group. She started posting all kinds of videos of me in her group talking about how bad of a person I was a racist and all this stuff, and I'm a cultural appropriator, and I wasn't initiated properly, and I'm not really initiated in anything. I had I probably had 1,000 people visit my TikTok profile over the past week just because this bitch is talking shit about me. That's great. Keep talking shit. Keep talking shit about me from one side of the internet to the next, because the more you talk about me, the more people will come follow me, and I will take their money out of your hand, and I will be their spiritual guide. I will be their spiritualist. I will help them get their act together. So it benefits me when people talk about me because it's free advertising. Please keep advertising me, because my mother, Oshun, she takes your hatred and she turns it into dollar bills and she puts them right into my pocket. How about that one? Go stir that in your motherfucking martini. Ursa.
I want a martini now. Can I get it?
Yeah, I know. I'll be back. I'm going to go make it tea.
Friend, do you understand? You have to look at other people acting like fuck shit in your benefit. It is to your benefit. It is to your benefit if other people talk shit about your book, because more people will buy it. More people will download a sample of it.
You are not wrong.
I didn't figure that out until too late. I wasn't spiritually awake enough. My mind wasn't, my horizons weren't broad enough to understand that I was being taken care of. I was being hated on, but I wasn't being harmed.
And you've got to be able to take that energy.
Yeah, you can
you've got to
totally
be able
do
to take that energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because some people, they get their feelings hurt.
Yeah,
you couldn't hurt my feelings if you tried.
My feelings were hurt.
Nana, I have a question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Grant. I'm sorry, Grant. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay, Nana, I have a question for you, and
Okay.
help me out on this. You made a video about crappy people. The best way to
Hmm.
deal with it is don't be a crap person yourself.
Right.
And I swear that video hit me like a ton of bricks. And I literally argued with myself, what is she talking about? You know, and I consider
Yeah.
myself, I'm a reasonably intelligent person, but I think what I've been going through here recently has actually made me dumber. That I'm sitting there thinking, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. And I just think that that is a symptom of the hate that I've been getting recently.
Well, it causes you to be defensive.
Yeah, and super
It's
sensitive,
just like when
defensive.
you
Y-
remember when I added you to mine, you thought I had an alternate agenda, and I actually had zero agenda.
Yeah,
That was that. That's exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, yep.
But that's because you're protecting yourself. You're in battle.
Woo wee.
And let me tell you something, being in battle mode all the time is going to make you physically sick, because I used to get
Yes.
physically sick. I used to get physically ill, not because anybody was actually casting magic against me, because for one thing, most of the magic people can do on this app would never touch me. And then number two, the protections I have around me, good luck. But what I was getting sick over was how I was allowing these people to affect me emotionally and mentally. They were preventing me from sleeping at night. They were giving me agitation during the day. They were making my stomach hurt. They were giving me anxiety. Those are all of
Yeah.
and all of those things, I was allowing that to happen because I was allowing them to control my experience on this app.
Yeah.
That's it.
I
And
can't
whenever you,
clap because I broke my finger.
yes, you know what? The thing is that I used to get so upset. I used to get so upset that people wouldn't listen to me, that people wouldn't believe me. They would say, I would say stuff. They would be like, are you Puerto Rican? I'd be like, yeah, that's my family on my mother's side. Yeah, we got Puerto Ricans over there. Yep, that's it. Prove it. Well, what do you want me to do? Well, show us your DNA. So I literally have done everything from show people my DNA off of 23andMe and Ancestry.com to show them what the admixture that makes me Latino or makes me Hispanic.
And to what end?
Nothing. It's just humiliating to me.
Yeah.
Humiliating to me. Here's me
Yeah.
over here posting my DNA test results because I'm concerned some kid doesn't think I have African ancestors that I can call on. Fuck you. Get out. I can't.
I tell you, it is especially warming to my heart because it was this kind of thing you and I argued about 2 years ago.
Probably. I don't remember, but probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah. So the fact that you are here now, and this is exactly why I continued being friendly with you because I knew this. I knew this.
I don't know why I allowed these people to upset me for so long. It was ridiculous. I don't know why. I don't know what it was at what that point in time in my life. Let me tell you what I did wake up though. Let me tell you what woke up in me. There was a deep anger inside of me that got woke up on TikTok. Something about TikTok triggered me, and something about TikTok still triggers me. But when it first started triggering me, it started making me mad. I was getting mad and angry and worked up, and I was getting angrier and angrier and angrier the more I had to defend myself, like a wasp, literally like a wasp in a corner that people are just spraying, on. And what happened was I cracked. I totally went full out. I'm gonna just attack everyone and crash and burn. And I learned that I was a very angry person and I needed to go work on my anger issues. I had an anger management problem that needed to be fixed. And it's taken me over a year to get
Well,
to
and
a
think
place
about
where
your
I don't.
spiritual growth in the last 2 years. Just that alone, your spiritual growth has played a large part. Because number one, you've learned to trust yourself, and you've learned to trust your spirits and your guides. You don't need anybody else.
Yeah, 100%. And my guides are always reinforcing to me that they love me and they're with me. And I had to start listening to them, because your guides and your spirits become fatigued when they're trying to tell you all the time, we're here to help you. We're trying to get you through.
Yes.
We're trying to get you from point A to point B.
Yes. And if I'm screwing up, they let me know. And I got to alter my
That's
path.
exactly right. Exactly right. If you're not on the right path, or there's something going on that your spirits don't approve of, they will let you know. You will know. It will not be a secret.
That's right.
It will not be a secret. They'll let you know. And you have to trust yourself. You have to believe that the messages that you're getting are leading you in the right direction if you have the right intention and you're not out to harm anyone. If you're
Well, and
not
that comes with toning that communication. People have a hard time communicating with their people. They do. There's so much interference. It's hard.
Let me tell everybody that's listening to this conversation tonight. I think it's very, very important. I spent an hour today trying to help and coach someone get on like a regimen to help them on their spiritual path. If you're listening to me, I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there to you. If you're new to spirituality, you should be doing ancestor work, and you should be figuring out how to perform divination for yourself. That's the basis that I recommend for anyone stepping out on the spiritual path. First, you need to figure out who you are. And by knowing who your ancestors are, will teach you a little bit about who you are. It might teach you a lot about who you are, so that you know where your family comes from, the geographical regions of the world from which your family migrated from, so that you can set up an ancestor altar or an ancestor shrine and put out water for them and a candle and start opening up that portal of communication between you and your dead. Starting there, starting with waking up in the morning and starting to learn how to use tarot cards and oracle cards or dice or playing cards or runes or whatever the hell it is out of the spiritual world, and connecting with your guides. It's going to be difficult in the beginning. I recommend you get those oracle cards and those tarot cards to sit there and pull and learn what are the messages that the universe is trying to tell you. What is the universe trying to tell you?
It's all tools. It's all tools. I mean, yes. Can I put a nail into a wall with a rock? Yes, but it'd go in a lot easier if I had a hammer.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments. Yes, Nana is 100% right, because what the point at what she's getting to, she's the quantum witch, okay? The point that she's getting to, and the point that I was going to get around to, is also that when you start using tarot cards, all that is a tool to start opening you up psychically. The fastest way to start opening yourself up psychically, hey Corda, the fastest way to start opening yourself up psychically is to start practicing divination. Learn how to practice it. And then
Agreed.
after a while, what you'll find is that you already know the answers, and the cards are just confirming for you what you already knew. Then after you practice tarot and oracle cards for a prolonged period of time, and you realize that you're on the same page, and every time you go to pull a card, you already know what card you're going to pull, you don't need the cards anymore. I use divinational tools. I do, because it's protocol in my tradition, okay? Divination is very, very big. We practice divination as confirmation for what we already know. But when you get to a point where you're pulling tarot cards for yourself, or you're doing whatever it is that you do, and the spiritual world is just reconfirming what you already know, you're on your path. Because in my tradition of Ifa, this is going to get everybody together. People don't know this. In my tradition of Ifa, it's a lot like Hinduism. Hinduism and Ifa have a lot of the same concepts in them. And one of the concepts is everyone incarnated to do whatever it is that they chose to do when they came here. They're living out their purpose. That means even Donald J. Trump is literally living his purpose, because if he made the decision that he was going to come here, and the life that you see him living is the one that he pre-chose before he came here, because that's what he wanted to do, he's living in harmony with his destiny. You might not like that, but he's still, if he came here, if he decided that he wanted to come here and just do nothing but set fire to the United States, and that's why he incarnated, And that was a green light he got from God before he came here. Guess what? That's what he's here to do. And that doesn't have anything to do with you. Whatever it is, whatever reason you're here, whatever your purpose is, you're going to play it out. And I tell you what, when you're not living in harmony with your destiny, everything goes to shit. And then when you pull yourself back together and put yourself back on track, everything comes together. See, I know that I'm fulfilling my destiny because I'm living my best life. Right now, I am very, very happy. I paid off my car. I am in a condo that I'm going to pay off and give to my daughter one day. I'm going to drop dead in this place, okay? I've already bought my grave. I already know what my final arrangements are going to be, even though I'm only 43 years old. I wake up every morning and I work for myself, and this is what I do, okay? I'm an influencer. That's how I make my money.
I got to say something. What you were just saying, if you go against what your, I don't know, people can say fate, your path, whatever you're supposed to be doing, your life will turn to shit. I learned that in 1995 in this book written in 1940 something called The Science of the Soul. And that's exactly what it fucking says. It's exactly what it says.
One more time. Repeat that first part one more time.
The first part?
Yeah,
about
what you learned out of that book.
That what you're supposed to be doing. People can say it's destiny. People can say it's fate. People can say it's your path, whatever label you want to call it, okay? But if you are going against that, not listening, your life is going to be crap. You're going to have bad luck all the time. It's just going to be crap.
Yeah.
And I was trying to find the date. 1944. The Science of the Soul. Written by, I don't even know. Because it's such an old book. The Philosophical Publishing Company. Anyway, that's exactly what this book told me and taught me back then in 95. See, that's the kind of witchy books I was studying in the 90s. Was this kind of stuff.
And let me tell you
what
would
happen.
happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. And let me tell you, all of you, what would happen if you read the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is an ancient text. It comes from the Mahabharata in Hinduism, okay? It's considered the Hindu Bible. It's where most of Hindu concepts about cosmology and karma and reincarnation come from, and life journey and destiny. And let me tell you what the story is about. The story is about a man named Arjuna. And that man, Arjuna, he is a warrior. And he goes to a battleground in order to go into a fight. And when he looks to the other side of the battlefield for the people he is supposed to annihilate, he sees his brothers and sisters and his family, and he sees his beloved family on the opposite line. He's standing on one side to fight for one side, and he's got family members that he can see on the other side that are going to die. And literally he sits down in his chariot booth and he starts to cry and says, I can't do this. I can't win this war. I can't fight. How could I fight against my own kin? And at that moment, Krishna, who is standing beside Arjuna, transforms into primordial Vishnu. And primordial Vishnu, through Krishna as an avatar, tells him, why are you upset? Why are you angry? Why do you think killing these people is going to stop them from living? Don't you realize that this is an ongoing story that never ends? It never ends. Because of reincarnation, because of rebirth. We are all going to do this, and we're going to do this 1,000,000 times. So why are you mad? Your destiny is to fight in this war, and their destiny is also to fight for this war, but you're going to fight this war and you're going to win. Why are you mad about it? Why are you trying to prevent yourself from being the winner? Why are you self-sabotaging yourself? So the concept that we're all here to do something and accomplish something is right. And if you're driving a Ferrari down the road, you can either choose to drive on the highway where this road is nice and smooth, or you can get off the highway and you can drive on a dirt road. Okay, it's up to you. You have this beautiful car that you're driving, and you can either drive it on the road or you can drive it off road. But it's up to you. You're the person holding on to the wheel. You decide how smooth or how difficult your journey is going to be. And my journey has become smoother when I stopped caring about what other people said about me.
Yes. You'll find you'll quit hearing it. I don't hear anything anybody says about me. No one,
Yeah.
I don't hear any of it.
Ryan and I have been friends for over 4 years, and we've been through a lot of ups and downs. And the last year especially has been better. I see him changing every day. I sometimes say he's a roller coaster, but you know what? The roller coaster is getting smoother, and I'm there with him. You know, we help each other, we take care of each other, and you know we've impacted each other's lives to the point where we're traveling together, and it's been much smoother than all the stuff we went through before.
It is. Life is getting easier and smoother, and I knew it was going to get easier and smoother eventually. Hey, Robert. Hello, God sibling.
Hello. I would just like to add to the conversation and say that Ryan played a super pivotal moment in my journey of, my path and my destiny and where I'm supposed to go. So if he would have given up when all the nastiness was going on, I would have never gotten to where I am now. So it's so important not to give up when you get all these nasty things that happen to you. So you guys definitely don't ever give up. Bree, never give up. You are such a beautiful person. You are so inspiring. I love going to your page and watching all your content. I check it every day, and you are just so inspiring.
Thank you.
She's one of this morning when I woke up and opened this app. Bree was the first person that was in my For You page. Pretty much
Mine too.
most of the time when I open up this app, I'm going to get Birch, or I'm going to get Bree, or I'm going to get Nana.
Yeah,
Those are
because I'm up at
like
the
some of the top
butt
5
crack of
hits.
dawn.
Yeah, as soon as I log in, I'm
I'm
finding
a
out,
morning witch.
what time Nana got up this morning. Was she up at
Yeah.
5, or was she up
I was up
later?
at 3.
And it's, you know what?
Papa, Papa's motorcycle wakes me up when he leaves for work.
And what's really, really beautiful is that, having these kinds of relationships, even though we're acquaintances and even though we're mutuals, it's still really, really nice to wake up in the morning and see familiar faces on the other side of the phone who are living their best life and trying to do the best they can and trying to make the world a better place. So, like we can't allow to just decide that they're going to be so discouraged by haters that they're going to give up. You can't give up. We need more people like you, not less. And here's the thing. I've met a lot of people that are like us, that are the people in these comments down here. Some of these people and the people that follow me, they don't have any videos on their profile. Some of them don't have profile pictures, or they don't have usernames. They will not go live on this app. They will not create content because of the fact that they're terrified that they're going to be attacked and exposed and harassed and
Yeah.
bullied
I
and
know.
drugged from one end of the internet to the other. So there's a lot of people, probably a lot of the people that follow me on my profile are people like that don't.
I mean, their fear is valid.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
valid
they're
fear.
very valid.
Yeah.
I'll never go live. I mean, it takes a particular kind of personality to go live and to put yourself out there and to talk to people and expose yourself. I mean, I'm about as exposed as you can get. Just Google my name and you can find out everything you want about me. Just follow me around social media. You will figure it all out. But what I'm saying is that not everybody's like me. Not everybody is willing to put themselves out there like me. But that's also not my problem. So the people that follow me are the people that enjoy my content, and they'll tell me about it, and they'll tell me about it privately. I don't need to be validated. I really don't. I still know I'm getting views on my videos, even if not everybody likes them and they don't get shared. Because the other thing is people get wrapped up on this idea of followers. I don't need 18,000 followers. I don't. I don't need 10,000 followers. I don't need 5,000 followers. I tell you what I need. I take 200 followers. 1,000 followers to go into if I had 1,000 followers, just enough for me to go live, but I interacted with those people and I read their comments and I liked it. And I was able to share and exchange my views with those people and they came to me for readings. That's all I need. I need 1,000 people that like me out of the millions of people on this planet to be able to interact with and also maintain my sanity in my business, period. That's it. And everybody else doesn't matter. There's no validation. There's absolutely, don't look for validation online. You will always be disappointed. Don't look for validation by anyone. You'll always be disappointed.
Well, there's followers, there's spectators, yeah, and there's participants. And I like to interact with the people in my comment sections, in their comment sections. I love that interaction. It's the negative interaction that I'm trying to avoid like the plague.
Right.
So I want to ask you guys about a word that has been hitting me pretty hard, and it's called pandering.
Yeah.
And it is where your followers, your friends, they'll like send you videos of somebody talking crap about you. And I've had that, and I'm like, guys, I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Don't send it to me. So I've gotten to the point to where I have actually shut my messages down to prevent that, because people are not listening to me. People are going to do what they're going to do. People are people. So, I'm having to take these steps to protect myself. Does that happen to you guys?
Oh, no one can send me a message on this app.
Nope. Nobody sends me anything.
Allow people to contact me on this app. You have to contact me through my website, or you have to text me on my phone. I am absolutely not going to interact with people on this fucking site in messages. Absolutely not. Just put it to private. Set it so that nobody can contact you. And on your link tree, put your email address or your website or your Facebook profile or however you want people to connect with you. But I have to verify people's existence before I'm going to communicate with them. And I can't verify anyone's existence on this app. I have no idea who I'm interacting with when I'm interacting with people on this app. So absolutely not. Just block them.
And, even for me, there were people that I had exchanged like my phone number and stuff with, that I had established relationships with, that were kind of doing the same thing that, you just said, Bree. And unfortunately, it was heartbreaking, and it hurt like hell, but I had to step away from those people and tell them, look, me and you are not in alignment anymore. You are causing me harm. You're not respecting my boundaries. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to walk away from you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe I've learned words like pandering, rage farming.
See, I've heard of pandering, but I didn't think that's what it meant. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think pandering it really means that you're playing up to people.
But they're
in a sense, ass kissing. That you're playing up to people to please them, just so that there'll be less friction, less trouble.
See, Bree, maybe you would have enjoyed it better if you knew your ass was getting kissed.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'd rather take it.
I mean,
that.
stuff. That doesn't sound like pandering to me, unless they're saying, unless they're sending you the negative stuff, and they're saying they're defending you against this negative stuff that they're sending to you. Well, that might be pandering, but just simply sending you negative stuff isn't pandering.
It's harassment.
That's the rage farming. They're wanting to get you wound up so you'll get on here and,
Well, they're sending it to me in the premise, just so you know, this is what they're saying about you.
Toxic.
Yeah.
Somebody just put a definition in the comments. It says pandering is a fake ally.
Yeah, people used to do that to me too, and I don't entertain it. I never want to see other shit that people are posting about me. I don't need to see it. When someone mentions me in a video, because I have my mentions turned on, I'll go look at it and I'll click on it to see whether or not they're there because they want to talk shit or because they're trying to like say something. And I'll like it if the person is like just sharing it because they like what I said. But as far as interacting with people on this app, what you need is boundaries, Bree. And I know that you have boundaries, but you need to have stronger boundaries. And like everybody knows, I've been a sex worker for 16 years. I have been doing what I've been doing for a long time. Okay. And let me tell you something. Being in that industry for 16 years taught me boundaries. It taught me hardcore boundaries about money, about whether or not I was going to do something for free or not, and also blocking people and not engaging with people that I didn't want to engage with. TikTok took me by surprise because I didn't apply my ethics and rules. Should have had stronger boundaries. As soon as someone attacked me, I should have blocked them. As soon as they attacked, they should have been blocked. I might still have a profile that is very successful, but as soon as someone comes after you or something, anybody that's sending you negative content, block them.
Yeah.
Guess what? Their feelings aren't going to be hurt. They're not going to walk away worried about you.
You can tell the difference between someone who is just a troll and someone who's malicious.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
trolls, who cares? But people that are malicious, block immediately. Don't even have a conversation.
And don't be afraid of hurting someone's feelings. For God's sake, guess what? They're not worried about you. If you block them, they're going to find somebody else to follow.
That's right.
Because if it's not you, it's going to be somebody else. So just make it not you.
Oh.
So I have a question. So when you lost your big account, was that devastating? Or was it a relief?
So it was the nature in which I lost my account that was so devastating because I'm not a racist person. I never have been. I don't have a racist bone in my body. I never will. Okay. But I got into a fight with a person of color and they pissed me off and I said some negative fuck shit and it came off really fucking racist. And so it's the reason why my account got canceled that was upsetting. It wasn't because somebody came after me and took out my profile. I could have gotten into a fight with, Grammy Witch, that old crusty cunt. And she could have taken down my account with all of her followers. I wouldn't have been mad about it. I would have created a new account and I would have gone after her. But that's not what happened. What happened to me was that I got taken. I allowed myself to get out of control. I allowed these people to push me to the point that I cracked and broke, and then I behaved like they did. And that's all they wanted. They wanted to see, he's just like everybody else. He's just like every other white guy. And they will use that. They will use that footage of me until the day I die to prove that I'm a racist. Do you see what I'm saying? So they caught me with my pants down and they won. They won the battle. They're not going to win the war. Okay, because I got a reading from a priestess after that all went down. And she said, it's time for you to rebuild. And Shango is telling you to leave your legacy. It's time to rebuild. It's time to start over. It's time to do something new. So I have done that. I've continued to start over and do new, despite the fact that there are, think about it, Bree. Right now, there could be a video of you circulating around that has 100,000 views on it with you acting like a jerk and saying something that people are going to be offended over. That's my life. So what you got going on over here, I know it's really, really bad. But when I got canceled, it was really, really bad. It was like John Mayer when he was using like foul language and the N-word on in the Rolling Stone interview that cost him his career for 10 years because he was drunk, he was talking shit, he said stuff that was inappropriate, that was not acceptable by the general public, and he paid for it. And there's a lot of people that have said negative stuff and paid for it, whether it was justified or not. Because what's so stupid about it is that I had to work through all that shadow stuff. I had to go back and ask myself the question, am I racist? I had to re-examine my entire life. I needed to go back and sit down and I need to ask myself that question. It was a huge tower moment. I was like, wait a minute, what just happened? First, it was like after you get in a car accident and you're like disoriented, like what happened? And then I had time to think about it. And I was That's my anger at some other point in time. But I need to ask myself, why did I allow these people to push me to that? And after that, I was like, oh no, I'm never going to allow these people to ever do that to me again. Guess what? It was already too late. But what I'm trying to say is that what was upsetting to me was I had to sit down and ask myself serious questions like, really, dude? Really? What was that all about? Where did that come from? Why were you so angry? Why were you so pressed? And why did you allow somebody that didn't matter to piss you off in order to make you go off in some kind of way, out of character, totally out of my character? That was totally out of character for me. That is not who I am as a person. But I was pushed to a place that brought out a real nasty, nasty, nasty side of myself. And then I had to address that side of myself. Then I had to say, okay, well, we need to figure out where that came from. And that's where the shadow work happened. That's where the real work happened for me, when I had to sit down and say, I need to find out where this anger is coming from, because I'm an angry person. And I need to figure out these anger issues. And I need to resolve those, because I cannot die being an angry person, because I know what happens to angry people when they die. I'm a spiritualist. Like when I die, I can't have anything on me. I can't be walking around with guilt. I can't be walking around with anger. I can't be walking around with resentment. I can't be walking around with all kinds of unfulfilled desires and passions and lusts, because if I do, I'm going to be an earthbound spirit. So in order for me to elevate my consciousness and my soul, in order for me to have the hopes of a better rebirth, I have got to fix myself, and I've got to let go of all this stuff that I've been holding on to. And I realized I was holding on to that stuff my whole life. It was just an entire lifetime accumulation of anger, because it went all the way back to my parents. So what I'm saying is that like one of the worst things that ever happened, but like number 10 on like a whole laundry list of fuck shit that I've gone through in my life. That was at the bottom of the list, but it was still pretty bad. But it made me go back and re-examine and reevaluate who I was as a person. It was serious work that needed to be done. And I'm glad that it happened. I'm not glad that it happened for hundreds of thousands of people to observe. But if that's a lesson that I had to learn, and maybe somebody learned something from the experience, then it was worth it. I want my account to have 100,000 followers again. I want to get back to that. Even though followers aren't important to me, I would like to get back to where I was, so that I could show everybody that, no, I'm not that person. Like whoever that person was, that doesn't exist anymore. We worked on that. We fixed that. We put that away. Okay. I want to be able to show people that I'm better than that, because I am better than that. I talk a lot of shit, but I'm not a bad person. I can talk a lot of shit. I can talk shit all day long. I've made money off of doing nothing but talk shit and showing my wanker. That's all I've done for the past 16 years, and I've made money off of it. But
I mean, what else does one have to do?
But I'm happy. I'm happy that it gave me the opportunity to fix something in me while I was alive, and I was able to address it. Because those subconscious things that you're not dealing with, they will come up at some point in time in your process of elimination.
I want to bring a point up, though. The reason you were able to address it is because of your spiritual integrity. Doesn't seem like that. Naturally advanced spiritually, because people go through this crap all the time, never address anything, never even notice that there's anything to address. The fact that you looked, okay, that right there shows your spiritual maturity. That's the word, spiritual maturity. And it was part of this spiritual thing that I've been watching you go through the last 2 years. I know I've been going through it as well. Different path, same. It's all the same in the end. A
Block.
permanent ban? What is that?
What?
It's just a user. I just blocked him.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
a fake troll account.
wow.
I
That
want
was
to add,
exciting.
I want to add something to what Nana and said. I know personally and spiritually that I went through addiction, arrest, bad relationships. It made me a better witch because I could relate. I've been there and I know what it takes to come out of that and to come from that. And I really thought in my 50s, I hit my sweet spot in my practice, and TikTok fucked that up for me. So I know what I'm going through because I'm actually having to ask people because it's coming at me so hard and fast. I'm having to say the things that you said to me, Ryan, because you were there. It was worse. It went on longer. I know there's another side to this. I know there's a better side to this. And it will make me better in my practice because I've said this all along. I do what I do for myself, for people, and the land that I abide by. I just never thought in 3 decades that this is a place that I would be, you know? And it's like I'm having to relearn how to deal with people again. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I'm going to tell you what, though. When you get to the other side of your feels, because right now you're just in your feels. When you get to the other side of your feels and you can like more rationally and logically dissect things, and you're emotionally regulated and you have blocked everyone that you don't need to communicate with, and you've removed the negative and toxic energy out of your life, you will feel so much better. You'll be like, well, damn. And you'll see yourself for what you actually are, and you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine. You know, one of the things that it made me do is it made me question my path, because everybody knows that I practice African spirituality. My spirituality is African. After all of this stuff went down and I had to ask myself all of these questions, the first one I needed to ask myself is, did I do something wrong? Am I on the wrong path? Is this the wrong path for me? Did I make a bad choice? Did I make the wrong choice? Do I really not belong here? And that's when I realized that your spiritual path is your life. It's not what you practice. Your spiritual path is you. You are the spiritual path. You wake up in the morning and you brush your teeth and comb your hair and you drink your coffee and you kiss your kids goodbye and you send them out on the street and you go out to the world and you work, or even if you don't do anything except smoke weed, eat pizza, and sit on your couch while you're watching Netflix, you're still walking your spiritual path because you're the spiritual path. Whether you practice yoga, whether you practice witchcraft, whether you practice Santeria, whether you practice voodoo, whether or not you're a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness, those are all things you do. They're not things that you are. You are Bree. You are Grant. You are Crystal. You are Robert. You are Nana. And I am Ryan. And we are the spiritual path. There are 6 spiritual paths on this panel. And it's all who you are. It's not something that you do. And it's also not the people you run with, and it's not your family. You are an independent conscious agent. You are energy consciousness. And you came here because you're Ori, because your higher self said, I want to accomplish something in this life. And you got confused because the birth process makes you forget your incarnations. It's God's loving way of allowing people to become better people every single lifetime. Because if you remembered all your past lives, you might not even be able to make any improvements in this life. So that's the whole concept. The concept is we wake up spiritually. Eventually we wake up spiritually. Everyone in this room is a conscious person. We're all spiritually awakened people. We might not be enlightened, but we're all spiritually awake. And so what we're experiencing as a group is having to navigate being in this world with non-elevated, non-spiritual, non-enlightened people, and having to walk beside these people and see them on television, on TikTok, on the computer, on your news. And we sit around and say, well, God damn, what happened? Well, it was always like that. But what I'm trying to say is, ask yourself the question, did I do something wrong? And then what I came to the conclusion was, no, I didn't do anything wrong. This is exactly who I am. This is exactly what I want, how I want to live my life. I've chose to live my life this way. This is a choice that I made. And it wasn't the wrong choice, because the practices that I've been a part of had made me a better person, not worse. That's how you know whether or not things are working out for you or not. If you take up a practice and it makes you worse, that's probably not a path you should go down. If you get on a spiritual path and what you find is enlightenment, or you find deep spiritual satisfaction and growth, that's the path. That's a spirituality that you should be practicing, because it makes you a better person, because it elevates you. So it doesn't matter what. Go ahead.
That's what I tell people when I do consults with people on path work. That's what I tell you. It really is that simple. You just have to shut up and look at it. Okay? Quit analyzing. Quit putting your own spin on stuff and look at it for what it is. And if it's benefiting you, keep going. If it's not, let it go. Simple.
I'm one of those people that doesn't want to let things go, though, and that's why I was an alcoholic as long as I was. I don't want to let things go. I want
But
to
you're
hold
working
on.
on that.
Yes, and I recognize that's my biggest problem. And one of my biggest
right.
problems is my internal dialogue. I'm encouraging everyone to sit down and examine your internal dialogue. How are you talking to yourself when you wake up in the morning? What is
It's
your
all about
internal
how you
voice
talk
saying?
to yourself.
It is.
It is. Yeah, it's all about that.
Look, people, there are two realities. There are two realities. The first reality is objective reality. We're all experiencing it. It's everything that reality, okay? And the second reality is whatever's going on in your mind, okay? It's the way you think about that reality. It's the way you experience that reality. It's the way you talk to yourself about what you're experiencing.
It's your perception.
Your perception of reality is not reality. We can never really truly know reality for what it is. There's too many filters that information has to pass through the body to be able to experience reality as it is.
But that's the goal. I mean, as far as spiritual work, to me, that's one of those things you continue to work on. Removing filters, looking at things for what they are.
Yeah. That's the whole purpose of this, of being spiritual. But everyone has a purpose to achieve, you know. You decided this is what you want to do until you want to do something else, and you just need to keep pursuing it. You don't need to let anybody stand in your way from pursuing becoming the best version of yourself. Even if the best version of yourself is someone nobody likes, it's still going to happen whether you like it or not, because in my philosophy, your destiny is your destiny. You're going to achieve whatever it is that you're going to achieve. You're going to make whatever strides in this lifetime you're supposed to make. And let's just be honest. There are people that will never wake up. There are people that will walk around and live and die and wake up every single day and live their life, and it sucks and it's horrible and they're horrible people.
And it's none of your
die that
business.
way. And it's none of my business.
None of your business. That's right.
All right, guys, I'm going to bow out. Thank you so much. I love all of y'all.
Love you.
Everybody,
Love you, Bree.
Love you guys.
Bye.
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 I think it's like, it's a shame how much we care about what other people think about us on social media when you're never going to meet these people. I can guarantee you the people that don't like me, I will never run into them on the street. And if I did, I would look at them like this, and then I would turn around and I would walk away because I have nothing to say to them. So why?
Because we were raised on judgments. Even before social, I mean, well, not, I guess 3 of us on here were around before internet. Okay. And,
Yes.
and even before then, we were raised on judgments. I can remember grandma, birds of a feather. Birds of a feather flock together. You better not hang out with those people. You better not do this thing. It was judgments, judgments, judgments. You worried about that. You're raised to worry. It is work to brainwash yourself from decades of conditioning. It's real work, but it's very freeing once it happens.
It's so fucking liberating once you finally like
Yes.
deconstruct it all. It really is.
Yes.
Because then what you realize is the problem is you. The problem is you. You're the person that's preventing you from being your best person. You're the person who is literally not giving yourself enough love, not putting up the boundaries that need to be put up, not protecting yourself, not asking for what you want, not
That's
having
right.
enough guts to be able to say, I'm going to do this and no one's going to stop me from doing it. And then it's like, I'm the person that's not motivated. And I mean, the thing is at the end of the day, it's all you. You are the center of your own universe. From your standpoint, you are the center of the universe looking at everything else. You are the center
That's
of the
right.
universe. Your universe.
That's exactly right.
And if everybody could get into a understanding or a mode that you are not just the so-called ego that is encapsulated inside of this meat suit, if everybody could just realize that you are your entire field of awareness, that's who you are. You're not just you, you're your entire field of awareness. So if you go outside and you go out into the middle of the woods and you stand there and you take a deep breath in and you look around and you see everything around you, you realize that those trees are also part of you. And when you go outside and you look up in the sky and you see the moon shining down on you, you realize you and the moon are one because you are all of it. You're the entire
I can give you a
experience.
perfect example. A perfect example. Everybody knows that I have a history in law enforcement. You can go to a scene and you can ask 5 people what they witnessed, and you will get 5 different stories because everyone has their own reality.
And if only 2 of those people decide to testify and they're on the other person's side, you will win. And that has nothing to do with you. It has to do literally with circumstances. There's a lot of things that happen. Whenever people say, let me just get this off my chest, because I want to share this little bit of philosophy too, which is everything happens for a reason. Like people will say, I don't like it when people say, everything happens for a reason, because what did that child deserve to be in the wrong time at the wrong place, to be abused in some kind of way and die? We got to back that up for a second. Everything happens for a reason, because every action has a result. Every action is going to have a reaction, or every action is going to be an effect. It's cause and effect. It's karma. So no, if the reason why that child got caught in that situation, the reason was the person, the perpetrator. The reason was that that person woke up that morning looking for an innocent victim that they could manipulate, that they could harm, and ended up in that situation. That's the reason. The reason is that.
And there was no one there to protect them. Where were the people to protect them? Those people are responsible as well.
Absolutely. The people who didn't protect that child could be as responsible as the person that was the perpetrator of that child. So we need to go ahead and broaden our horizons about this concept of everything happens for a reason. Yes, everything happens for a reason because we do things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that if people could gain that level of awareness, that's how they could get a bigger picture mentality about what's going on in the world and the solutions that could happen. Like I said, universal health care can work, but we'd have to have enough doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals to be able to keep up with the demand, and someone would have to pay for it. That means we would have to pay for it, the government would have to pay for it, and we would have to change the entire structure of the medical industry in order for it to work. Is it possible? Yes. Does anybody want to do it? That's the problem. The problem is people are just they don't act. People, it's like people
I'm
standing around
sorry.
seeing,
Americans are lazy.
so fucking lazy. It's like when you hear this
Yeah.
woman was assaulted on a train, and there's literally 20 people standing around just watching, not acting, not
Videoing it on their phone.
they've got their phone out and they're taking a video of it, but they won't lift up a finger. It's really, really sad.
Some places passed a Good Samaritan law where, let's say you could be a doctor, you could be a health person who happens to see someone, being attacked, and you take care of them. But, you might have in an emergency situation. So a Good Samaritan law protects you from being sued by the person you tried to help.
Yeah.
But the other side is and the other side is that you could be sued for not doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
If you could have helped the person and you failed to do so, you could be sued. Now, I don't know how many of you ever watched Seinfeld, and the very last episode was crazy because it was a whole crazy series to begin with, but the very last episode, something happened in some town in Maine, and they had a Good Samaritan law, and they just thought it was funny and laughed it off, and they went to jail. And it was a really strange ending because, in a sense, you see at the conclusion of the series that these people they were very self-centered. They weren't very nice to begin with. And they ended up going to jail because they failed to protect someone.
Yeah.
So, if we can if we can protect someone from harm, we have a responsibility.
But people have to be, people need to get out of living in fear, because a lot of people will get stuck and caught with fear. They'll be afraid. And we teach people to be afraid. People are just groomed to be in fear.
The media plays a big part in that.
Yeah.
The media plays the news. Well, just the other night when we went out to dinner for our anniversary, what am I doing in this restaurant? I'm looking at where the doors are. How easy is it for me to get under the table if I have to? Where are the hiding spots? That's the first 5 minutes of me sitting down. I wasn't in fear. The fact that this is what I felt like I had to do in case something happened.
That's why I don't leave my house. I don't even leave my house. Look, you see all that? You see all that up there? That's me prepping. That's me with all my cans of tuna and all my cans of chicken and all my boxed foods, and making sure that I don't have to leave my house unless I absolutely have to get gas or get food.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know.
I'm a homebody. I could stay home for a week and not even be bothered by it.
Yeah, I just turned your mic off temporarily, Grant, until you came back. So that, just because I always do that. So anyway, I think tonight was like really positive. I was trying to encourage people and try to help people to understand that you have control over your experience on this app, okay? You have control over your experience on this app. You can allow people or not allow people to ruin your experience or give you
have control over your energy, period. Mm-hmm. What you take, what you give.
What you put out into the world will come back to you 100%. And let me tell you something about karma. Here's the other thing. This is my belief on karma for anybody who is interested. Karma, the law of cause and effect, like what you put out into the universe, you'll get back. If you put good out, you get good back. You put out bad, you get bad back. Guess what? That might never happen in a person's lifetime, because karma rolls on a different you as a person. That's why karma rolls over like Motorola. Remember back in the day when you had to tell your friends, call me after 9 p.m. because I've got unlimited minutes between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m.? That's how karma is. Your karma rolls over from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime. As a Vedic astrologer, this is what we believe in astrology, is that you accumulate karma over lifetimes. That's what when you're incarnated, when you have your rebirth and you come into this world, you come into this world with a certain amount of credits and debts. And when you die, you're going to leave this world with credits and debts. And it's that rollover karma that's the reason why people will reincarnate in order to balance the scales of karma. It's a universal spiritual law. Everyone has to follow it. And nobody's judging you. That's why karma exists. Karma is God's way of being completely neutral about people's actions. God does not judge you. God, the supreme divinity that put all of these laws in order that make everything work, isn't judging you. You're judging yourself. You're creating your better outcomes or your worse outcomes every single day by the way you're living your life. If you want a better, successful outcome, don't act like fuck shit. Make better choices for yourself. Care about yourself. Create boundaries for yourself. Overcome intergenerational traumas for yourself. Don't be a victim. Don't get stuck in victim mentality. Don't blame everybody else for your problems. If you're in a relationship with someone you don't like, guess what? You got 100% right to get out of it, okay? You don't need any other reason to walk away from a bad situation other than I'm not happy, okay? Because don't forget that you are 50% of the problem in every relationship. You are
No matter what.
50% of the problem in every relationship, even abusive relationships. Because if you are in an abusive relationship, you are allowed your victim shaming. No, I'm not. It has nothing to do with victim shaming. Nana, can you talk about it while I go to the bathroom?
That's a pet peeve of mine, victim blaming. It is not victim blaming. Trying to help someone out of a victim mentality, part of doing that is making them see what is happening. Making them see, recognize what they're thinking. They're being a victim. And the first thing everybody goes to is, oh, that's victim blaming. And it is not victim blaming. It's not victim blaming. I don't, they don't have choices. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Unless you are chained to a bed, you have a choice. And no one's ever going to tell me different. No one's ever going to tell me different. Is
I
it
have been a
scary?
victim. I was a victim, and I had the sense to leave, but I still blame myself for a while.
Oh,
I,
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I've been a victim of SA, of which I take part of the blame in. Okay? Because that's me looking at it for what it was. Okay? And that's what you have to do in situations. You have to look at things for what they are, your part in them. You have choices. Like I said, unless you are chained to a bed, somehow immobilized, being kept, captive in a cell, you have a choice to be there or not. Is it a scary choice? Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's a real scary choice because you might not have money and you might not have resources, and it might be real scary, but it's still a choice. And if you stay there, you're choosing to stay there. And no one's ever going to convince me otherwise.
I think that my childhood was a mess. Like, I don't even want to go down the road of talking about my childhood. I do realize that the first 10 to 12 years of your life is going to dramatically shape the way you're going to react your entire life to circumstances. I think it's very important to understand that the first 5 years of your life, and indeed the first 10 years of your life, are going to set major it's going to ingrain your brain to behave and act and react different ways. But when you realize that something someone is doing to you is wrong, you have to stand up for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that takes strength. And it
A lot.
means breaking out of like a particular mental prison. Like, and I can't tell you how many mental prisons I've had to break out of. I was a Jehovah's Witness. I was born and raised third generation Jehovah's Witness. From the age of 2 years old, I was in a suit, holding my parents' hand, walking up from door to door, knocking on people's doors on Saturday mornings, they would prop me up in front, holding the watchtower like this, because people would feel bad for me, and they would take the watchtowers because the little boy was holding them on the front step. Do you see what I'm saying? I had to break out of the conditioning of a cult. I have had serious religious trauma. I was kicked out of that religion. I lost my family. I lost all of my friends for being queer. I was kicked out of that religion for who I was, because who I was as a person, my spiritual path, which is me, did not align with what those people wanted me to do. I had a path. That was the problem. But let me tell you, overcoming that religious trauma was not easy. It was not easy overcoming that, but it's possible. But you have to take an honest evaluation over yourself. And I had to recognize I was just straight up ignorant and I didn't know any better. And if you realize I was ignorant, I didn't know any better, and it hurt me, then you wisen up, then you learn, then you study. I think I've read 5 to 6 books about spirituality a week since I was like 21. I'm 43. I've read a lot of motherfucking books. I've read Buddhist, yogic, witchcraft, occult. I've just go down the line. People are like, I'm Chat GPT. People ask me a question about spirituality, I will spit out an answer for you. That's how I am, because I became obsessed with knowing what was going on, that I did not want to be lied to. I take a lot of value in the truth. I want to know the truth. Even if the truth hurts me, I want to know. And that's what I said to myself when they kicked me out of the religion. I said, I want to know the truth. And I want to know the truth even if the truth is horrible. Even if this universe is being ran by an evil, hateful, manipulative demiurge that literally is only goal, and God's only goal in life is to make all of its creation miserable. I want to know that. If that's the truth of the situation, if that's how this all is, then I want to know. Like, just let's go ahead and find out. But fortunately enough, the universe isn't like that. But what I'm saying is that my desire to know the truth about reality was stronger than me breaking down and being weak and going back to that religion, because I could have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all of you that are in this, I think that everybody, all 25 people are special. You're all special snowflakes because we are all different. We are very, very different. We're all different. We all come from different places. We might come from different places in the universe, but we ended up together tonight on this live in this room. And I want you all to know that I appreciate you. I love you. I care about you. I hope the best for you. I wish nothing but the best for you, that you have a happy, healthy life, that you're able to know who you are, that when you go to sleep at night, you can get a good night's sleep, that you achieve all the good things in life. You deserve all of the good things in life. Don't ever let anybody say, here, I'm going to go on a rampage. I'm going to preach. I'm going to get on my soapbox. Don't let anybody ever tell you that they're more spiritual than you. Don't allow another motherfucking spiritual practitioner to ever make you feel that they're more spiritual than you because they're initiated in something, or because they're a Reiki master, or because they've been doing it longer, or because they're better than you. Okay, don't let anybody tell you that they're more spiritual than you are. You're a spiritual being having a physical experience. You're an embodied spirit. You're a spiritual being having a physical experience. You are here. Don't let anybody talk down to you. Don't let anybody harass you or bully you. Don't allow other people to intimidate you. Fuck other people. Do
Let
not
me
allow. Go for
let
it.
me tell the secret. Here's the secret. If they truly are more spiritual than you, then they're going to want to bring you up to their level.
Anybody who is truly spiritual is going to want everybody else to elevate.
That's right. That is right. That's what you look for.
Don't be fooled or misled. You guys need to learn the ability to perceive and have use your common sense, and it probably is, and it probably means that you need to like continue to scroll on. That's it. And I'm going to tell you what, if I would have ran
Or
across,
use them for whatever lesson.
let's talk about real talk. If I would have ran into myself on this app, me today, who I am today, if I would have scrolled onto one of my videos 2 years ago, back when I was Brujo Ryan and I was fighting with everybody, I would have blocked me. I wouldn't have wanted to follow my own content. That content is still out there, and I put it all on YouTube so that people could see. I want people to see what happened. All of my video content, all of my canceled accounts and canceled TikTok videos are all on YouTube. You can go watch them all. And you can see the progressive change over time in me. And so what I'm trying to say is that you need to be yourself, and you need to believe in yourself. Trust yourself. Trust your own intuition. You're never wrong, okay? If you feel like you're in a dangerous situation, you probably are. You need to get the hell out of there. If you're in a relationship that's not working out for you, and you know it's not working out for you, and you're miserable and it's never going to get better, leave. If you're in a job and you know that you're unappreciated and you're never going to make the money that you want to make, and they will hire a 20-year-old who has no experience over you, who has been doing the job for 20 years, quit. I mean, go ahead and alleviate yourself of the burden. If you're running around with people who are witches and spiritual people, and they're all acting better than you, and they think they're better than you in some kind of way for whatever reason, block them, walk away. You don't have to associate with anybody you don't want to associate with, unless you're thrown into prison and you have no choice but to share a cell with everybody else that's there. No one's putting a gun to your head and telling you that you have to interact with anybody on this app.
That's right.
That's a you problem. That's a you situation. That's what I was talking about before I left for a second. When I said a little while ago was true about you're 50% of every problem that you find yourself in. And people don't like to hear that. People don't want to take personal responsibility. They don't want to be accountable. They don't want to take the personal accountability that comes along with being an adult and acting like an adult and communicating with people like an adult.
One thing I tell people who are having problems with their spouses is, if you don't have a vision for the future, it's done. It's time to leave. In other words, look, let's say if you can't see yourselves still getting along 5 years from now, it's time to leave.
Take a hint, right?
Yes.
Take the hint. Don't
You
stick
have to
around for
have
your
that.
kids.
You have to have that future vision to keep going. And if it's not there, that's it. It's done. And then move on. Because I've had to do that.
Don't stick around for the kids. Don't stick around for the kids. Don't.
Yes.
That's a 100.
But make sure the kids know that they're not at fault. I did that with my kids. But if like I have two kids and I was married, and I came to accepting that I'm gay. But if we had stuck together, I might not be here, because I might have killed myself. The kids would have been miserable. They would have been unhappy because, they'd have the squabbling parents, whatever. It was the best thing. Hard for them. It was the best thing for us to part. And I made sure that they understood that had nothing to do with them. It's just a thing with their parents, that they were loved, and and they know today that I love them very much.
Well, for some reason in this lifetime, everything about my family and familial relationships has gone to shit. I mean, I don't know what happened. I'm pretty sure that, but you know what? There's a reason why everything happens. And there's sometimes things happen, things that you think are a bad situation or a good situation. I can literally say, I don't interact with my daughter the way I would like to. But on the other hand, when she was born and at that time in my life and that she came into this world, I was absolutely not ready to be a father. I was probably the worst influence that could possibly have been around, okay? With my alcoholism, with the crazy lifestyle I had, with all of the SMEGS work and everything else and all the people in and out of I didn't have the ability to be a father. I was barely paying my bills and doing that, at all cost. So even though I was angry for a very long time about the baby mama snatching her up and taking away from me, I do realize now that it was for the best. It just was for the best. It destroyed me emotionally. I mean, it's like angry. It's one of the things me want to banana her, but at the same time, because I'm self-aware, self-conscious enough to realize sometimes bad situations turn out for the best, because at least my child had a quiet home and went to school like a normal child and was able to create relationships with other kids. My child has had a very, very different life than me. I was homeschooled. I was raised in a Christian cult. I was extremely sheltered, and my talents were exploited. So I was one of those exploited children like Macaulay Culkin. I didn't have a childhood. I was an adult from the moment I could talk. I was the emotional crutch for everyone in my family. My mother made me her husband and my aunt made me her husband. I was I was emotionally blackmailed as a child. I suffered from emotional incest, and I was literally at the age of 6 years old carrying the burden of 2 grown men in my own household. That's how I grew up. And the first person to hand me liquor in my life was my mother. My mother took one of those little Dixie cups, the kind you have at the sink where you rinse your mouth out after you brush your teeth. And she filled it up with wine and she filled it up with Sprite. And she handed it to me when I was like 9 or 10 years old or 8 years old. And I got drunk. That was the first time I got drunk. My parents allowed me to walk around with a wine cooler in my hand, like those Seagrams and Zimas and stuff. And my mom got mad at me because I couldn't hold my liquor. Because when I was 8 and I got drunk off the wine that she gave me, and I was like, I remember it. She beat the hell out of me because she gave me alcohol and I got drunk. So I learned at a very young age, I'm talking about under the age of 10, that I needed to learn how to hold my liquor. I sneak a little up, and I would take some of the rum out of my dad's cabinet, and I would put a little bit into a cup, and I'd put some Coke in there, and I would be having my own mixed drinks when I was 12 and 13 years old. And by the time I went to high school, I was the most experienced kid in alcohol when I was 14 years old. It was my responsibility to go get pick up some guy off the street that was old enough to go in and buy the alcohol, buy the liquor, and buy it for me and all the other kids. I was an underage drinker. And I drank for 30 fucking years. It's a long time to drink. It was rough. It was tough. And when I quit drinking, it was literally like cutting off a family member. It was like alcohol had become its own entity. It had become its own egregore that had completely taken control over my life. I had no control over my life. And that was 2016. November 2016, I almost died in rehab. If I didn't live in Massachusetts and I didn't have the ability to go to a dry out facility, I would have died. That's 100% true. I owe Massachusetts my life. I owe Massachusetts my life because if I was anywhere else and I tried to get sober by myself, I would have died. They had to put me in a coma for 3 days in order for me to come out of it. I didn't think I was going to wake up when they laid me down in the bed. And the guy that laid me down, the nurse that laid me down in the bed, said, if you wake up, I need you to remember this moment. I need you to ask yourself why you hated yourself so much that you wanted to do this to yourself. Because drinking yourself to death is horrible. Being an alcoholic and drinking yourself to death is the most shameful way to die. When I actually woke up 3 days later, coming out of this situation, my entire body was in so much pain. It was like I was on fire. My skin was on fire. And my alcohol and eat crackers for like 3 months. My throat, all the way down, my entire digestive system, my entire stomach, all the way down to my urinary system, it was on fire like I had been drinking nothing but bleach. That's what alcohol did to me inside. And I was in so much pain, I wanted to die. And I was in that kind of pain for 90 days. Every single joint hurt. Every single muscle hurt. Every single nerve coming out of my spinal cord hurt. My skin burned, and my insides felt like they had been torn apart from alcoholism. But we made it. That's why I don't give a goddamn what anybody thinks about me on this app. That's another reason why I don't care what anybody thinks about me on this app. Because guess what? If I overcame alcoholism, who the fuck is you to come around and start talking shit at me? Get the fuck out of here. Your opinion doesn't matter. That's another reason why people's opinions don't matter to me. And other people's feelings don't matter. It's, why is he so mean? That's why I'm that. Okay? Hey, Val.
You're a survivor.
I mean, I'm not trying to trauma dump over here. I'm not up here trying to make people feel sorry for me, because I don't feel sorry for myself. I need people to understand, if I could overcome alcoholism, so could your husband. And since he's not, you can leave him. That's the point. I have said that to so many fucking women that have gotten readings from me. I'm like, look, I know for a fact that guy that's drinking, you will never get him not to drink. He's either going to die, or he's going to drink himself to death, or he's going to get sober. He's going to go to AA or something. But you, baby girl, ain't nothing you going to do that's going to tear that man away from his liquor. I've had to have these conversations with people. I'm glad that I had I'm going to talk about when I woke up 3 days after being in a coma, and I was laying in bed, and I was essayed in the 3 days that I was actually in the dry out facility, like 24 hours in, on the drugs that I was on in the bed. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the guy that had been put in the room with me with the needles all up and down his arms, the heroin addict, was sexually assaulting me in my bed in the hospital that I was drying out in, trying to survive. And all I could do in the middle of that was just swat and just push him off of me. And as soon as I started pushing him off of me, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't be mad, don't tell anybody, whatever." And I was just like, "Shut the fuck up. Just get away from me." And I put the blanket over my head and I went back to sleep. When I woke up and came out of my coma, the guy was gone. I never told anybody it happened. There would have been no point. Nobody cares. So then I was laying in bed and I was like, okay, so this is where we're at. I'm thinking, wow, this is where we're at. And I was so mad. I thought to myself, how shameful it would have been if I would have died an alcoholic. Because whenever you're talking to somebody and you're like, hey, whatever happened to Buck? Whatever happened to Bob? Oh, yeah, right. Well, he drank himself to death. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, he was an alcoholic. He tore up his liver. He tore up everything. He tore up his insides. He died. That's so shameful. I would have been so ashamed in the afterlife to be like, yeah, I drank myself to death. How horrible is that? Because when you drink like that, basically, you're just drinking to die. You just want to die. It's slowly poisoning yourself, slowly but surely over yourself from the inside out. I mean, there couldn't be a more insidious way to die. Alcoholism really is that bad.
It really is, yeah.
And it's legal. Right now, if I wanted to, I could drive over to the ABC store and I could go in and I could buy 20 bottles of vodka. Even though if I drank 3 of them straight, I would die, I could still buy 20 of them.
Yeah.
And whenever you're watching television and movies, for the longest time, you'll see somebody get angry. They get angry and they're like, fix me a drink, you know, or somebody gets angry at their husband. They go over and they start making themselves a drink, or they grab themselves.
Or
I've
had a stressful day. I need a drink. I did it. I had a super stressful job, and I would come home and I would make that G&T.
The old TV series Bewitched, where Darren was in sales or marketing or something. Yeah, it seemed like he was always coming home and having drinks, and I think that was a very unusual thing for TV shows of that time.
It's a common trope that you see in movies and television for the past 50 years, that people will literally, they will turn to alcohol as soon as they get mad. It's supposed to be a way to fix things. Alcohol is put out there as a way to fix situations. And we grow up watching that shit. And so when we get to an age where we can drink, and then we get angry or upset, and we remember in the back of our minds, oh, make yourself a drink. It'll make you feel better. And that is how society gets you. That's how you get trapped in that.
And you know, let's be clear. You know, having one drink, say in a week, even let's say on a Friday, I'm going to have one drink. That's not the same as can't stop. And that's where the disease comes into play. Because Papa's uncle was an alcoholic, and it's a disease. My cousin she's an alcoholic because they can't just have one drink.
Yeah.
Can't just have one drink. We got to keep drinking till we're so drunk we can hardly walk. There's a difference. So, I don't want people to think that we're, condemning them for having, a wine cooler Friday night.
No, not at all. Not even getting tipsy or even getting a little drunk. I'm not saying that's bad either. But what I'm saying is for me, when I start drinking, I have to drink until I black out. That's a difference between someone who says, oh, I want to have a drink and sit and relax on the couch. And my ex-partner was like that. My partner was like that. He could have a drink. He could have a glass of wine or half of a beer. I could never understand how he could drink a half a glass of alcohol and leave the rest sitting there. How could you do that? That's alcohol abuse. Give that to me. That has to be finished. Okay.
I do that. I'll throw half my drink down the sink.
Yeah, but the thing is that like even if you were somebody who drank regularly several times a week, if you did that because you wanted to sit down and have a drink and watch television and eat popcorn, or have an after dinner drink or something like that, or a beer because you're watching a football game, there's nothing wrong with that. But let me tell you, alcoholism is different. If you're an alcoholic, it's different. It's just different. Something happens when alcohol goes in your mouth. Your brain changes, and it's like an intergenerational curse. People ask me, hey, Ryan, what's an intergenerational curse? That's an intergenerational curse. Alcoholism is. And negative one family member to another in a lineage. My dad would come home from work, make himself a rum and coke, and sit down in front of the television and proceed to watch ball games for the rest of the night. He had nothing to do with me. He was concerned with his rum and coke being made stiffly and sitting and watching ball games. That was the experience of my father growing up. That's who he was to me. He was a guy that sat on the couch and drank rum and cokes. You see what I'm saying? So this stuff is passed down. It is passed down, and you have to take control of I've told my daughter, I was like, look, baby girl, you cannot drink alcohol. And I'm saying this to you because I'm telling you, alcoholism runs in our family. You come from a long, illustrious line of drunks. I can guarantee you.
You need to revise that conversation to her. It may not be alcohol. Addictive personality, that addictive gene, it could come out in food. It could come out in pot. It could come out in alcohol. It could come out in cigarettes. Being able to be addicted to something isn't going to necessarily be alcohol. It could be something else.
I know.
That's why Papa, he never would drink, because he knew he had alcoholism in his family, and he was always afraid that he did too. So he just didn't do it.
I had a roommate for over 2 years basically he only drank beer, but he could do a 6 pack in a night. And when we would set up the trash cans and take out the trash, for whatever the the twice a week pickup, there were so many beer bottles in it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the thing,
I think he eventually did quit, but he had the family background because his mother was also an alcoholic, and she did join AA to get straightened out.
um,
But I saw in his case that it ran in his family.
I was somebody that controlled my drinking for a long time. It wasn't until the last 2 or 3 years that my alcoholism went insane. And literally, it was 2015. Prince died in 2015. I believe
Yeah,
that was the year he died. 2015 was the year Prince died, and 2015 was the year that I got kicked over the edge, and my alcoholism, which was like stage 3, went into stage 4. That's when I had to drink every single day. That's when I woke up in the morning. I would pray to God saying, please don't allow me to drink. At least let me get till noon. And then it would be like 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'd start getting the shakes, and I started having detox, and I'd have to drink something to settle my nerves at 10 o'clock in the morning. And 10 o'clock in the morning eventually became 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I was drinking all day long for months. And that's what almost killed me. But for 20 years of that, I was either a blackout drunk on the weekends, or I drank every single night, just enough to be tipsy, but not enough to black out. And I lived like that for years.
Wow.
I tallied up how much money I spent on alcohol and cigarettes every year. I must have blown $6,000 a year on alcohol and cigarettes. I started doing a lot more things with myself when I quit drinking and stopped smoking because I had more money. I had a lot more. And cigarettes are like $13 in Massachusetts. But that counts. And people who are not alcoholics don't understand what it's like to be an alcoholic. And let me just say, I love Jennifer. Jennifer is one of my favorite people on the face of the planet. I love her. And the reason why I had to walk away was because I'm an alcoholic. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand that. I know that when me and Jennifer split up, people had all kinds of opinions about it. I love her. She's an amazing person, and she's still my friend. But the thing is if you're not an alcoholic, you don't understand the way an alcoholic brain works. And people will say, well, if you loved your partner more, you would stay. And I'm like, no, I loved my partner enough to leave because I know what would happen if things persist. And so if you are with somebody who literally has to leave because of drugs and alcohol in order to get themselves sober and clean, you got to understand that person has to do what they got to do to be sober and clean. And I was made the bad guy. I was made the villain in that situation also. I had no idea that people were taking sides in Discord groups about whether or not they were on Jennifer's side or my side. That was amazing to me.
God.
They were doing that. I'm originally from Norfolk, Virginia. But the thing is like, alcoholism is really, really bad. It's insidious. It can really transform you. It can take you down really, really bad roads. And I tell you what, I never did anything. All of the shittiest things that ever happened to me in life, there was alcohol involved every time.
Yeah.
It is what it is. like struggle with alcohol or have struggled with alcohol, you got to take care of yourself first. Period. There's nothing more important than maintaining your sobriety. Period. Don't let anybody tell you any different. If you do what you got to do to stay sober and stay on that wagon.
You know, I would go so far as to saying, even if you struggle from things like depression or things like anxiety, any kind of mental issue, and addictiveness is nothing but another form of a mental issue. You need to be putting yourself number one. Number one. So, you know, you can't, you're not, and sometimes you've got to remove yourself from people because they are enabling you.
Sometimes the best thing that you can do for you and everybody else is remove yourself from a situation, because because things could always get worse. Things can always get worse. And before things got to a situation that was really, really bad, you know, I had to say, oh, I'm going to drink. I 100% know that if I don't make changes in my life that were really about me, not her, had nothing to do with her actually. If I didn't make changes in my life for me, I'm going to drink again. And I've got a motherfucking 15-year-old daughter that I got to work. I got to be able to get up in the morning and pay my bills. I can't be on the street again. I can't be in a dry out facility again. I can't be in a mental ward again. I'm too old
Passed
for that.
out in your
I can't
bed.
do that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need to fix myself. The problem is I got a lot of issues, and here's the other thing. I drank to manage those issues, and that's what I found out. And I'm not trying to talk about my relationship, because Jennifer is a phenomenal woman and a phenomenal lover and a phenomenal human being. I have a lot of issues. I got a lot of mental and behavioral health problems, and I drank to cover those problems. I drank to be able to mask my mental and behavioral health problems. And I didn't realize how deep my mental and behavioral health problems went until I was in a relationship.
Yeah.
And I said from the beginning, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know how this is going to work out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I don't know if I can handle it. But we said, okay, let's try this. And what I realized was my problems are really, really, really deep. And alcoholism was the only way I was able to cope with them in the past. So I absolutely needed to work on myself. It is what it is. But that's the truth of the matter. Alcoholism is horrible. It is horrible. And I've really barely missed a relapse on that one. And that's the thing about alcoholism. Like, they tell you, you know, don't get into a relationship when you get sober.
I know.
At least take several years for yourself before you try to get into a relationship, because things can go really, really bad for you. They can go really, really south. If you haven't worked on the shadow, if you haven't worked on the reasons why you drank in the first place, a relationship will pull it out of you like that. You'll start getting triggered, and then old feelings will come up, and it's those old uncomfortable feelings that you have that you drank over top of. 5 whole years, I can do whatever I want. I'm good. Yeah.
And especially don't get into a relationship with someone who's also in recovery.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think back about it. I think about like one of my girlfriends that I had that I really, really cared about. All we did was drink. We drank all the time. We were always drinking. Like, we had a very tumultuous relationship, and I loved her very much, but we drank a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it didn't work.
Oh, yeah.
And she struggled with alcoholism too. I don't even know if she's still drinking or not. So 2 alcoholics in a relationship, that's even better. Double your pleasure, double your fun. But let's talk about sobriety for a second. Even though the people in this room on this panel might have never suffered from alcoholism, I'm here to tell you, you can stop drinking. It's possible. You can. From someone who started drinking as a child and someone who drank for almost 30 years, you can break the addiction, but you have to want a better life for yourself. You need to realize you're better than that, okay? You deserve to have a healthy, happy life surrounded by people that like you for you, care about you, and want to see you living your best life. You need to stop trying to please everybody else. You need to stop being an emotional doormat. You need to look at those unresolved childhood issues that you have and be able to heal your inner child and be the parent for the child that's inside of you. That's what I'm working on right now. I didn't realize most of my problems are from my childhood. That's what I know some of us had harder childhoods than others. And so depending on what kind of fuck shit you had to deal with growing up, that stuff will come up for whatever reason you drank. It doesn't matter what. Maybe you drank
And these are things everyone should do regardless, even if this is not an issue for you. Learning these lessons and clearing these energies, it changes who you are. You're more who you are or who you should be once you detach from these childhood traumas. And this is one thing I find on this app, everyone needs to understand one thing. What is traumatic to me may not be traumatic to you. What is traumatic to you may not be traumatic to me. So this comparing of traumas makes no sense.
That's 100% true. You cannot compare your trauma to somebody else. Whatever somebody experiences that harms them in life and creates an everlasting problem in their psyche that is constantly having to be fixed through therapy or some other kind of drug, for whatever reason. I don't judge people. I don't, because I've had people say, oh, well, I mean, I know that my childhood was not as horrible as yours. And I'm like, don't say that. There's no reason to say that. There's no reason to judge
You can't compare.
whose traumas are worse or better or not. You can't do that.
No.
If you're in emotional pain, you're in emotional pain. Pain is pain.
Yep.
I'm here to tell you that it's difficult, but you have to want something better for yourself. You have to sit and you have to, I say pray because, here's the thing. I believe in the power of prayer. I do. I believe that people should literally concentrate their energy and say verbally, project out to their higher power what it is that they need, what it is that they want, what are their challenges, asking for help and guidance, being humble and having enough humility to say, I don't know what's going on and I need higher wisdom, higher guidance, a higher vibrational energy to come in and help me. People that believe in a higher power have twice the healing recovery power than people that don't believe in a higher power. It's been proven that people that create a spiritual connection when they're breaking addiction have a better chance of recovering than people that don't and not relapsing. You got to believe that there's a power greater than yourself. You got to believe that that power does give a fuck about you, even if it's your spirit guides or your guardian angel, whoever that is. And you've got to be very verbal about what it is that you want. You need to change the internal dialogue, change the external dialogue, and try to decide, wow, if I could quit drinking, what are all the things I could do with that money? If I quit drinking, what are the things that I could learn and study? This is holding me back. When people realize how desperately their alcoholism is holding them back, then they realize I have to change. When I first got sober on Facebook, I would do this thing every January. I did it for 3 years. Every January, every December, I would challenge everyone that were my Facebook friends to be sober in January. I know it's Christmas time. I know it's New Year's Eve. I know everybody's partying right now, but come join my sobriety group in January and be sober for a whole month. Dry out in January is what I would call it. people that were not alcoholics would join my group to support me in my journey, okay? And what they found out, how difficult it was to not drink. I ask everybody, are you committed? Are you committed? Are you committed to not touching alcohol or drinking alcohol for a whole month? Because that's the challenge. I can do it. And we would drop, and they would confess it in the group. They'd be like, well, I forgot I was going to my sister's wedding. Why did you have to drink at the wedding? Why?
Right.
You made a commitment that you wouldn't drink for a month. So what was so great about the wedding that made you drink? That's just an excuse.
Yeah.
Thanks, April. I'm saying you made a commitment that you weren't going to drink for 30 days. Why couldn't you do it? And this is what I found out. One of the guys who was my friends on Facebook, he joined and he realized he had an alcohol problem. He realized that he subconsciously joined my group because he knew he had an alcohol problem that was either unconscious or he was trying to avoid. Next thing I found out, he said to me about a year later, he said, I had to go get therapy. I had to get a psychiatrist, and I actually started attending meetings in order to keep myself from drinking because I realized that I was like on the road to alcoholism, but I wouldn't have known I got on that road to alcoholism if I wouldn't have been in your Facebook group. True story. Oh, and there's so much missing time when you're an alcoholic. So much missing time. You're like, what was I doing in 2014? What?
Well,
I literally had to sit with a piece of
the
paper
80s were
diagram
like that
out
for
my life.
me,
Yeah.
but not because of alcohol. I went to a lot of dead shows.
Oh.
Well, you don't have to be an alcoholic to miss time. Sometimes I can't remember what I did last week, and it takes me 2 weeks to remember what I did last week. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what did I do a year ago? I don't remember, and I rarely drink, so I know that wasn't
Yeah.
it. It's just I'm 75 and my brain doesn't quite function the way it used to.
What Summer just said is 100%.
I was very lucky. What'd you say, Ryan?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I was very lucky, and I didn't inherit any addictive personalities, and it would be a shorter list to tell you of the substances that I did not partake in than to tell you of the substances that I did. And luckily, I never became addicted to any of it. I always walked away. Cigarettes, I take that back. I was addicted to cigarettes years ago, but I was even able to quit those. So I don't know. Maybe I wasn't addicted. I don't know. But I mean, I did a lot of cocaine in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a brother who was
back
in
when you could do
recovery.
drugs and not die.
When it wasn't laced with fentanyl.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, Grant. What were you going to say?
Oh, I have a brother who's been in recovery over 40 years, or maybe it's 50 at this point, because he used to go out on drinking binges. Started like after high school. He went through a crisis, got into alcohol, rolled over a couple cars. You know, they say, well, God protects drunks or something. And he'd rolled over a couple cars and didn't get hurt. But don't pick a fight when you're drunk, and don't pick a fight with someone who's in a car and you're outside of it. He got hit, he moved, and he ended up in a coma for 5 weeks, and he had and his body, has permanent damage, but that stopped the drinking.
Yeah.
My father smoked cigarettes. My mother's father used to be a beer brewer until he realized that he was a mean drunk and he stopped. And my mother's father was a heavy tobacco user. But he said, a voice from he was out and he was a farmer. Went out into his barn doing something one day, and I said, a voice out of the blue. That's how we put it. A voice out of the blue told him to stop all alcohol products, and he did. It was amazing because he didn't seem to go through, you know, a withdrawal, nicotine withdrawal, and he was doing chewing tobacco and pipes and cigars, and oh, I hated the chewing tobacco stuff, but he quit it all. That wasn't the only time that a voice out of the blue spoke to him, but there was that was a very noticeable thing.
I think I'm addicted to actions, because just like this vaping, there's nothing that's zero. There's no reason for me to be vaping other than the action of vaping. There's nothing in it. Nothing. But the action relaxes me.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the interesting thing about me is I'm a medical J user. I live in Massachusetts where medical J is legal and recreational J.
It's legal here too. Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, let me tell you something that I did do. I'm going to tell you something that was very helpful. So I told you guys after I got sober in 2016, there was like a 90-day period of time in which I was in excruciating pain, like someone who had literally just came out of it was really, really bad. It wasn't, I mean, of course, all traumas are different, but I mean, my body was really wrecked in so many different ways. I can't even tell you how much. It's still wrecked, okay? I'm still in pain. But I had a friend, this friend guy who came over, and when he came over, we used to do mutual massage on one another, and he was like, why don't you let me massage you, because I know that you're getting sober and I know you're in a lot of pain and everything. And I said, sure. And then he pulled out a vape. He pulled out a weed vape, and he was like, I know that you're recovering from alcohol, but have you ever thought about using a little THC in order to, you know, cut like some of the like negative feelings, or, you know, to be able to relax, you know, to eat better or to be out of pain? And I said to myself, I said, and I had used cannabis products in the past, and I was like, I thought to myself, I said, this is a really slippery slope here. You know, what would happen to me if I actually did partake? Would it make me drink again? But I was in so much pain, and he was like, you know, it's not addictive. It's not chemically addictive. He was like, you know, this is just, it's habit forming, just like smoking is habit forming, or holding something in your hand and putting it up to your mouth all the time, because I understand that having a vape has habit forming, but it's not addictive. Okay. You can't die from using it. And I said, okay, well, you know what? I'll use a little bit of it. I did a puff. I got on the massage table. He massaged me. I fell asleep on the table. When I woke up on the table, he was gone. He just let himself out. Then I dragged myself to my bed. I fell asleep and I slept for like 10 hours. And then when I woke up after having that weed and the massage, I was not in pain for the first time in like 90 days. And as soon as I woke up and I feel like I was on fire, or that I was dying, or that my body was absolutely broken, I said, I'm going to go get my medical G card right now. Medical J card. And I went and I got myself my card, and, you know, started buying little products like gummies and tinctures and things like that to try to, and that's what I use for pain.
That's what I use for pain as well. Yeah.
I can't take opioids. You can't give somebody like me opioids.
I honestly don't want to. They dull my senses. I maybe I'm too big of a control freak. I don't know. But opioids don't agree with me. Not to mention, you'll quit shitting. Who wants that?
I mean, I have my gummies. My little gummies literally have like 5 milligrams in them. They're like, not like anything.
Yeah.
And I have my tincture of coconut oil, and I put it in my coffee. And, you know, in the beginning, it was difficult to figure out dosing, you know, how to make sure that I partook without feeling too cerebral, you know, too elevated.
And you've got to learn the types.
Yeah, and what I realized was that I can't smoke it. I have to eat it, and it's most healthy. That particular product is most healthy when you eat it, not when you smoke it, because
I
smoking is
agree.
still going to damage your lungs. And the best way to get the stuff inside your body is to eat it. I know that some people are like, well, it takes too long to hit, and other people are like, well, it makes me too high. Well, you have to use smaller and smaller dosages until you find out what works for you.
Maybe you need to cut your gummy in half and take half in the morning and half in the afternoon.
You have to experiment with it. It's plant medicine. It's
Yeah.
plant medicine. It's just like any other herb. And so the thing is that you took too much. If you felt like that, Mrs. Behaven, you overconsumed, and that's what the big mistake is. If you went to dispensary in Massachusetts and it was your first time, they would have a representative sit you down and talk to you about the products. That's part of the law here in Massachusetts. Any new patient or anybody coming in that's trying to get medical aid, they take you in the back, they sit you down, and they have a conversation with you about using it responsibly and not driving, and also asking why you're there, what you need to use it for, and it's their responsibility to offer up strains that they think are going to help that particular problem. I am a snob. I am a weed snob, after living here in Massachusetts, and what I found out was that CBD didn't work for me.
At 10% of the people, it doesn't. And I learned that because my best friend owns a CBD shop. And of course, she immediately got me on it, and I was really excited. Marijuana was not legal at the time. So I was like, and it did nothing. And she went to training for her product and learned 10% of people, it doesn't affect them. It's not going to do you any good.
For some reason, CBD does something to my brain that interacts with my bipolar medication. I
Oh, well,
actually
that's
don't
possible. Yeah.
feel is like my brain actually doesn't feel well. It's like having something it's almost like taking an Ambien or some other kind of sleep
Yeah.
aid that's going to make you feel like just so what I found when I first went there, like, oh no, you need to use CBD products. If you've never used this recreationally and you're trying to use this for health purposes, then start with CBD. So I used like this isn't giving me the pain relief that I had when I used my friends. So finally, I went in there. I avoided sativa because I was like, I don't want to be too elevated. I don't want to walk around feeling like I'm in a cloud or something. And what happened was, eventually I got to a point where I was like, I don't know why I'm not trying this high THC sativa. I'm going to go try it. So what I did was I went in there and I was like, I want you to give me sativa and I want you to give me the highest concentration of THC. Give me the 27% powerful herb, and give me give me the liquids, the 199% pure liquid THC, and let me see what I can do with that. That's what I needed. That's
Really?
pain. That's what calmed me down. I literally have to have high THC sativa products in order for me to get the health benefits out of it. Totally
Interesting.
opposite of everybody else. But I
Wow.
use just a little bit of it. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
pure. It has to be pure. But and it has to be, and that's so weird. But
That
if
is
you're
weird.
gonna,
Well, it's weird like people with ADHD calm down when they drink coffee. It's that kind of weird.
maybe that's why I drink coffee all the time.
Oh, I go right to sleep. When I got up at 3 this morning, I drank 2 giant mugs of coffee and about 7 o'clock laid back down and slept again till 10.
I'm drinking black coffee right now. I like
Yeah.
my coffee like I like my magic, okay? Black. I
Yeah,
like my coffee like I
Ritalin
like my
works with.
magic. Hot and black. um So, and the thing that Summer said earlier that I was going to comment on from the comments was, it's weird that people will make you feel bad about not consuming alcohol if you're in a group and you don't drink. It's also interesting how people will be like, have a drink, and they'll be like so aggressive in trying to get you to drink with them. It's like, why are you trying to force me to drink with you?
Happens
Like,
to me all
why?
the time. You haven't finished your drink yet.
Yeah, what, you don't want another one? And the thing is like, I'm going to tell you what though. The truth of the matter is hanging out with drunk people is not fun if you're sober. It is not. Being the only sober person in a group full of drunk people is just, it's a chore. You just
Because they're
don't do it.
stupid.
Everyone's stupid and you're just like, yeah, I'm not getting the joke. I'm not, and it's like, it's so crazy.
Well, then if they really get drunk, then it starts being concerning. I mean, I've got friends that get so drunk, we would have to go to the bar with them so they could get their bill paid. They weren't even able to, pay their tab.
Let me tell you something. Anybody over the age of 40, male or female, that's still getting drunk to me is just gross. If you're over the age of 40, male or female, and you still are getting to the point of blackout drunk or slurring your words or not being able to drive a car or needing somebody to prop you up as you're leaving the bar, you are pathetic to me. That's a pathetic person.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think that's just horrible for that person that they have to function like that. I don't know. That's just someone covering up emotional problems that cannot be fixed.
Yeah. It's all part of not being able to quit. Like physically not being able to quit. Yeah. Because at any time in the night, once you get to a certain point, and for me, that would be like 3 gin and tonics, okay? I drink water, maybe lemonade the rest of the night. I'm still tipsy. I'm still partying. I'm still fine, having fun. But now, I quit.
Yeah, but
I drink water, drink Cokes, whatever.
Yeah, but the feeling of sobering up for an alcoholic is like, you don't like sobering up. Once you start drinking, you don't want to sober up. You don't like the feeling.
But you don't sober up. It isn't like pot where you eat a Pop-Tart and now your buzz is gone.
Hey, toxic.
I mean, you don't just sober up,
Man, I'm so glad I don't drink anymore. And when I'm walking down the street and I see somebody who's smoking, I say, man, I'm really glad I don't smoke anymore.
When I smell it.
You don't realize how your senses are so desensitized by these things.
How much you stink. I worked on the 3rd floor of the courthouse, okay? I used to call it the crow's nest, okay? We were clear up to the 3rd floor. And, it was an old courthouse, like 1800s. And it had the giant staircases, that go all the way up. People would walk in the front door on the 1st floor, and I could smell the cigarette smoke on them on the 3rd floor.
Earlier today, somebody must have been smoking in my building because I came in off the street and I smelled smoke. And it could have literally been just coming through the vent. From the other side of the building, I smelled it. I've become extremely sensitive to the smell of smoke.
Yeah. And it cracks me up to think about all those times as like a 16-year-old stealing grandpa's L&Ms and running out back, just thinking I was sneaking, smoking cigarettes, and no one, not even realizing how bad I was reeking coming in the house. Grandma had to know.
You had to know. They had to know. Absolutely.
Although Grandpa smoked, so maybe she couldn't tell it from Grandpa. I don't know.
I tell you what, though, I'm going to be honest with you. I am highly sensitive to light. I am highly sensitive to noise. My skin is more sensitive to the touch and to cold. It's my whole nervous system, okay? I drank for so long that my nerves, my nerves get shot really fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my nervous system can get overhauled very, very quickly. And that's a result, I think, of drinking. I think that was really a result of drinking for so long. I don't get migraines. But so like I can't handle a lot of noise and I can't handle a lot of stuff going on. Like when there are dogs running around and people coming in and out of the house and a television going in the background and a fan going off somewhere else, I feel like all of those noises are happening and they're happening right on top of me. And I literally will get to a place that I can't think. Me and Grant went to my favorite Thai food place around the corner from my house. It was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We went in there, we sat down, we were the first people in there. We ordered our soup, we ordered our food, and slowly over a period of an hour, okay, because it's dinner time, more and more people are filling in the restaurant and it's getting noisier and noisier and noisier. And the noisier it was in the restaurant, the less I had the ability to actually focus and get out of here because I'm overstimulated emotionally and mentally. Like I can't handle the amount of stimulation. It's about stimulation for me. I couldn't handle it. So if you came to my home, you would realize how quiet it is here. This place is so quiet. I might have music on in the background low, but like my lights are usually low and everything is really, really chill. It's as calm as a graveyard in here. And there's just as many dead also. Okay. There's just as many dead people as there are in a graveyard in my house. Okay. How many people can you put into a room that's not embodied? That's my house. So when you walk in, you definitely feel a presence here. Okay, so you can feel the presence of the spirits in my place, but it's very, very quiet. I have to keep it quiet. I was out with Leah, Mountain Mama, and we went into like a very, very busy bakery because it was like this famous bakery. We needed to go in. We needed to get something. I'm literally standing in there, and the longer I'm standing in there with kids running back and forth and people coming back and forth and holding a number in my hand, waiting on like the 10th person in line to get a cannoli, I'm getting more and more and more dizzy, more and more fatigued, and more annoyed to the point that I like really looking intolerant. And Leah's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be fine." She was like, "'Cause you don't look okay." I'm like, I can't handle this amount of stimulation without starting to break down. And she was like, "Well, I can order it for you and bring it out." No. I'm like, no, it's okay. I can stay. But the entire time I'm just overwhelmed, overstimulated. And I'm just wondering whether or not I've always been like that and I use alcohol to block it out.
Yeah.
I think that's really what happened. I think I'm on some kind of spectrum. And
If you're in the autism spectrum, that's yeah, or, hypersensitive.
Yep. That's right.
one thing I didn't realize is that my parents homeschooled me. I wonder if they homeschooled me because there was something wrong with me, because of some kind of learning disability or some other kind of actions that made people say you should school him at home because of, his behavioral patterns. I wouldn't even know. I don't have a good enough relationship with my family to be able to ask that question. But sometimes I wonder if they kept me home because they saw that I had some kind of I don't know. Because back in 1980,
I have a son who's autistic, and when he was younger, he was mainstreamed pretty early, but still, when he was younger, if he got upset about something, he would act out and hit people, and his mother would worry about, oh, are we going to be sued because he just hit this kid, things like that, because he would overreact to some strange situation or a change or yeah, I'm not sure about noise, but yeah, there was a time where he was very sensitive to noise.
there's weird things about me that's always been like this that fall under, I probably fulfill 8 of the 10 requirements for autism spectrum disorder. I mean, I'm old now and they said, there's no point in testing you because if you do have it, there's nothing we can do about it. But, basically there's lots of weird behavioral things about me that I've always had. Especially my ability to focus in on one thing and be obsessed with it. because I will become obsessed over something. And when I become obsessed over it, I will always have something to be obsessed over, and it'll be something really weird and nuanced. And then I'll do nothing but read and learn and study about that thing until I've exhausted all of my resources. That's one of my things.
That is a characteristic.
Yep. Hyper focusing.
Yeah. So like, I had a boyfriend that Ryan knew, and he was an automobile savant. You could talk with him about cars. In fact, we even went looking at cars but that was something that held his interest, and he knew all sorts of stuff about cars. And there were a few other subjects that he was like that with, and he did explain it as a kind of, if you're in the spectrum and you find something interesting, you'll become obsessive about it.
Yeah.
Which is not the same as OCD. That's a whole other thing.
Sometimes though, that follows along with it. My son, who wasn't diagnosed until he was 25, 24, he turns 25 on the 1st. But when he was 3, when he was little, and I would tuck him into bed, his blankets and covers had to be completely smooth down the sides, down the corners. His food had to be perfect, couldn't be broken. Don't even take a bite. All of these things. And when his psychiatrist called me, even though he's an adult, they knew he lived with us. I started telling them. I kept saying, when he was in kindergarten, I said something to his teacher, and she was like, no, he'll grow out of it. All they're going to do is put him on drugs. And of course, I'm like, well, shit, I don't want that. But he never grew out of it. He spent his life not understanding social. His life was hard because I didn't seek help for him because people kept telling me, no, he'll grow out of it. It's just a thing. Don't worry about it. Well, no, it was a big thing, and it would have changed, I think, the course of his life had I had different advice given to me.
Yeah, because you can do a lot of intervention, or in a sense, it's like sensitivity training or desensitizing.
Well, we would have treated it different. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have better coping skills.
Right. And we learned he got it from me.
You think you're in the spectrum?
Oh, absolutely. No question. Talking to the psychiatrist and going through all these things start going bing, bing, bing. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, all of that makes complete and total sense. Complete and total sense.
So when I was with Jennifer and I went down to South Carolina the first time, I said, I'm going to go to the grocery store because I want to buy food that I like to have in the refrigerator. Oh, fine, do that. So I went to the store and I bought my staples and I bought my mayonnaise. I use Hellmann's. It's the only kind of mayonnaise I will use is Hellmann's mayonnaise. Okay, just hold on a second. Wait, it gets better. So I go home and I take my mayonnaise and I put it in the refrigerator. Well, she opens the refrigerator and she walks into the bedroom holding her mayonnaise and my mayonnaise. And she was like, why did you buy Duke's? Exactly. She was like, why did you buy mayonnaise? I had mayonnaise. I said, well, that's my mayonnaise. That's the kind of mayonnaise I use. I wanted my mayonnaise. She could not, for the life of her, understand why it was so important for me to have mayonnaise. But hold on, it gets better, okay? Because she challenged me. And one of the things I love about Jennifer is she challenged me a lot. She made me grow. And she was like, you have to give me a good reason why. Because that's not enough reason. Just saying you want this, not a good enough reason why. As to you have to have mayonnaise. So I got flustered. I got angry about it. And then I said, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. So then I meditated on it. I had to meditate on why it was so important for me to have that mayonnaise. And I'll tell you why. I said to her, look, no, this is what I said. I said, look, what I'm going to do. Hey, Maddie, what I said was, look, I'll make my tuna salad with your mayonnaise first and give your mayonnaise a try. And if I don't like it, then I'm going to use my mayonnaise. So I made my tuna salad with her mayonnaise. And what I realized was it didn't taste like my grandmother's tuna salad, because Hellman's mayonnaise makes tuna salad taste a specific kind of way that no other mayonnaise does. And because I loved my grandmother and I loved her cooking, I try to replicate any experiences I possibly can that remind me of my grandmother and remind me of my childhood, the good parts, okay? That's why Hellman's mayonnaise is so important to me. But I literally had to meditate on it to try to understand why I had to have that mayonnaise and there could be nothing else. And then when I explained to her, no, you don't understand. The reason why I figured it out, the reason why I have to have Hellman's mayonnaise is because it tastes different in my tuna salad, and my tuna salad has to taste like my grandmama's tuna salad, and that's why I have to have it. And then I was able to place the emotional response, and that's what I started doing with a lot of things during that relationship. I started asking myself the question, like, fuck, where did that behavior come from? Where did that feeling come from? Where did that come from? And that was like, understand, I get triggered really easy, okay? I got a lot of triggers. I got a lot of PTSD and shit. So things can trigger me really, really easy. And what I've been doing the past year has been asking myself the question, why is that triggering for you? Why are you triggered by that? And because it's like things people will say, things people will do, it's certain circumstances or concepts will set me off.
I think that's something that we do, or we should be doing till the day we go in the ground, to be honest. We should always question why we do things.
Well, the mayonnaise situation was a positive thing. It's like, oh, now I realize I love Hellman's mayonnaise because my grandmother used it and I want to use what my grandmother used. Other things that I give visceral responses to and get really, really mad about very quickly, those are different. Those are like me having to deep dive and ask myself, when was the first time I felt triggered over this matter and why? Where does that come from? Some things run so deep you'll never be able to find out where they come from. And sometimes you don't need to know. If you had a childhood like me, you don't need to know. You don't want to know. You just say, okay, that triggers the hell out of me. I'm going to avoid it. The only thing you can do sometimes is literally eliminate the trigger to be better.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that's going to alleviate the amount of suffering that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And it sucks. Because
I grew up with
when
Miracle Whip.
let me finish. Just let me say one more thing.
Okay.
Because when you realize that your triggers prevent you from having deep, meaningful relationships with other people, that's when it's sad. And that's where I'm at. When your triggers create such a huge barrier between you and being able to have normal relationships, that's when it's a problem. And I deal with that. That's part of what I deal with, is because of all the stuff with my sensitivity to environments and noise and stimulation that severely cut. I will not go to a rock concert. I will not go hear I don't want to go to the symphony. I don't want to go to an opera. I don't want to go to a dance concert. I don't want to do anything where I have to go and be around a whole bunch of people in a crowd and then sit while there's all kinds of stimulation and lights going on and off. I will go to the movie theaters to watch a movie every now and then. I don't remember the last movie I saw in a movie theater. I think I went to the Guardians of the Galaxy Marvel movie, but I left a half an hour before it was over because I had had enough. I was like, this will come to Disney Plus. I'll watch the end of it. But I was I was overstimulated halfway through Guardians of the Galaxy, and I was like, okay, I can't be here anymore. I literally walk out of movies. Who walks out of movies? I do. Because I become overstimulated and then I don't want to be there anymore. And the same thing happens with me when I'm around people, even people I like. I'll be like, okay, we've been together for 5 hours now. I have to leave. I can spend a certain amount of time with people that I care about and I love, but I have to be able to go back to being alone. I have to be able to be alone in order to make sure that I have all of this compartmentalized and under control, because that's how wild I am. That's how wild I can get. So it is what it is, but it definitely, how I am as a person definitely affects my ability to have intimate relationships with other people. And you would never know that if you followed me on social media. If you just followed my social media, you would be like, there's nothing wrong with this guy. He's just a dick.
Back in 2019, we started a men's nude yoga group, and afterwards we would go out, just the two of us, to a local Thai restaurant. And then eventually, as the group got bigger and he got to know more of the other students, we would invite them to have dinner with us at the Thai restaurant. At one point, we built up to 8, but I know that he had to work his way up to it, because he normally can't handle a social situation of 8 people.
Yeah, it for me to be like, I would, you know what I would love? I would love to have all my favorite witches in the same room. I would love that. I would love to have all of us and all of my favorite people off of TikTok in the same room. I think that would be fantastic. But I would probably be able to stay about a half an hour.
I was
And
going to
then
say
I
there's
would
a
be like,
whole
I
lot of
love you
energy in
guys, I
one
gotta
room.
leave. I don't know what it is, why I'm like that. But you know what? I realize my mother's like that. And my grandfather's like that. And that mean streak I have in me that will come out when I'm really angry, my mother has that. My grandfather has that. I inherited that from my mother's side of the family. And in order to change that, I literally have to conscientiously tell myself when I wake up in the morning, I have to literally, when I roll out of bed, I say, okay, I'm not going to be upset about anything anymore. I'm not going to be upset today. I'm also not going to get angry today, and I'm not going to ruminate today. Like, today's going to be a good day. I have to like pump myself up when I'm getting out of bed, that today is a day that's not going to, so that's today. And that's why I'll pick up my phone and I'll be drinking my coffee and I'll be looking at my phone. I'll be like, am I ready to open TikTok? Am I ready to open this app yet? Am I going to do it now? And sometimes I won't. And if you guys don't see or hear from me for 24 hours, it's because I did not have the emotional capacity to get on this app. That I literally needed that amount of time to recover before getting on here and going live again and talking to you all, because it wears me the fuck out. For real.
See, my limits are much higher, but I do have limits.
Most
Like
everyone's limits are higher than mine.
um, so early this month or last month, I went to a memorial service. It must have been last month. I went to a memorial service for a distant cousin, and there were maybe 40 or 50 people there. But but all I knew was, his husband and some of the family members were there that I had not met before. I knew of them, but basically, out of the 40 or 50 people in the room, I probably only talked to less than a dozen, because a group that size makes me uncomfortable. So that's one of my limits.
Grant is an empath. He's a super empath. He didn't realize it. He didn't know it until I pointed it out to him. But he's got a lot of psychic abilities.
So Phil, I suspected, and Ryan validated me, and that was part of the changing in my spiritual path. He woke something up. We've affected each other, but in meeting him, my spiritual growth is just taken off. But there are situations where maybe I could pick up, background, uh, emotional issues. Oh yeah, one time I was seeing my optometrist, and I had to have my eyes dilated. While I was in the waiting room, waiting for the next step, I heard this mother in a hallway having some sort of problem with her daughter, no, little kid, 8, 10, was acting up. It was starting to, I don't think of anything bad. It's like it wasn't like an abuse situation, but I was getting bothered. So I can pick up on things like that.
He's like a sponge. He picks up on energy. He's very energy sensitive.
I had a Cuddles client here.
Grant
Wednesday.
is a professional cuddler, everybody. He is a professional cuddler.
Right.
I'm the only
That's
one. I'm the
awesome.
only one that I know of. But I think it was either him or someone else I talked about. Um, when I was in grad school, um, I was in a very unusual grad school, and the year I started, because I was also there as a full-time employee, so I was. And the year I started, they were bringing in the first full-time teaching assistants, and then they were from all sorts of backgrounds. It was a very unusual school, but the head secretary was, a very personable, outgoing woman, and she liked to throw parties, and sometimes she had parties at her home for our entire department. So at some point, since we now had a bunch of, it would be good to do birthday parties for everybody. And eventually got to be like a monthly thing because you can't have a birthday party for every staff or member when there's 20 or 30 people. I would be so wound up and happy, and if by the time the birthday parties ended, that some of my associates thought I was high on something. And it was I hadn't had a drink. Maybe I'd had only one drink because it was a private party on campus, and we could do that if we. But by the end of the party, I was so upbeat and crazy and wild that people thought I was high. But I and but really only learning that I'm an empath that I now understand it, because I was just picking up all that positive energy and I was overloading.
And guess what, everybody? That's a lesson right there. Being an empath means you can pick up on positive and negative stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean
Absolutely.
it's just negative. Being
That's
an
right.
empath means that you can plug into the energy of the people around you and get an emotional reading off of it.
That's why it matters who you let in your space.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but I will tell you, it's easier to go to the dark side. But
Yep.
but there is the like um let's say a woman gets word that she's pregnant. I'd be happy for her. But that's not an unusual situation. I could be happy that that she's going to have a baby and she's happy about it. Um, but I said it's harder for me to pick up on the positives. But some days it's just really super when you have a really positive day. And I, I know when I go in for load. Um, and a positive overload is definitely much better than a negative one.
But either way, positive or negative, it's important for empaths especially to be able to move energy and flush and not hold on. People talk all the
Yeah,
time. I hear people say, "Oh, I'm giving readings and I'm exhausted." Years ago, I that happened to me. Um, but now I can read all. I mean, doesn't I flush that energy. I don't hold on to it. I don't keep it. So that's what you've got to start practicing. Being able to not
yeah,
hang on to that energy, let it flow through you.
yeah.
You just
Because
remain part of the circuit. Everybody knows from school, from fifth grade science class, what a circuit looks like. Okay. You
yeah,
are part of that circuit, that universal circuit. and just know that, recognize that, and use that to your advantage.
Oh, I know when I have the connection, the circuit connection. It's different from electric. It's different from physical. It's another level.
Yes.
And so I know when that connection works, and
Yes.
I try to use that as a part of my cuddles therapy.
Oh,
To,
perfect. Yes.
but I also have to set a limit. Like I set a limit, a self limit of 3 hours. If I know if a session were to go 4 hours, I could potentially go into overload. Either way, but I set a limit for 3 hours and it's talking because I'm in it, and
Boundaries.
that's a limit I've set as a part of my cuddles work. Um, I had the client I had this week. Um, my main goal of cuddling is to de-stress, but also to make the client feel good that they're loved, they're taken care of. Um, and I do it nudes because I have full body contact because there's the electrical connection, there's the whole body warmth, feeling like a blanket,
There are
and
people who go sometime months without any physical contact.
yeah,
Not,
I've been told that if to be a babalao, to be crowned, you would have to wear like white for a year and a day. And also, I get in Lukumi, you can't be touched for a year and a day, something like that.
Yeah.
I can't see that.
I
There's
don't
so
see how
many
that would be
people.
very beneficial.
I mean, it's like being a priest. I understand it as a sort of a spiritual purification, but there's so many people who just are starving for sensitivity, for touch. That's what brought me into this, because it's not the same level as massage. It's a different thing.
It's an energetic thing.
Yes, and because you go to a counselor, because I've been in counseling on and off, and so you go to a counselor. If you're upset and you're releasing, sadness, you start crying. All the counselor is allowed to do is give you a box of tissues. They're not allowed to hug, especially if it's an opposite gender. They're not allowed to hug. I think that's really you. And I think
Yeah.
for a lot of people, they really need the hug. So I said, well, I'm not a counselor. I'm not a massage therapist, but you come to me, you're going to get your hugs, and you'll get more than your hugs. And hopefully I've made you feel better and loved and relaxed. But I also am aware that I have to, I can de-stress, but sometimes I feel the pain, and I have to be careful about that part.
Yes.
And it's like so I have to not hold on to the pain that they're feeling.
Yep.
What's up, Jennifer? How you do? Look at you. Did you get everything done? Get all the work done?
Yeah.
Are you done for the day?
Yeah.
Looks like you're still at the shop.
Yeah, I'm at the shop. I didn't feel like going home yet. I just took Jaded home. And then I came back. And then I saw this person was live. Thought I would come harass them.
I thought I would have gotten a text message by now, saying, hey, because I don't even know what time it is. Oh, it's still early. It's like 11:30. That's early.
I have to get my shit together before I text you. I have to remember my therapy and shit and be like, okay.
I was talking about you earlier. I was telling everybody how amazing you are and what a great woman you are. That's what I was telling everybody, wasn't I? Was I lying,
Yeah,
everybody,
you
or
for
did
real
I say
was.
that? Yes.
I'll
Okay.
testify. I'll testify.
It's my camera.
Grant?
Yeah, I restarted and I can't find my camera button.
Click on the box and it should pop up and it'll have a circle with a slice through it.
Okay, I think I'm all set now.
Grant, y'all, just so you know, Grant
Yeah,
looks
see,
Grant looks
I
like my
still have
dad
the,
when he died.
oh, what did I just do? Yeah.
He looks so much like my dad. It's frightening.
When Jennifer first saw
Yeah.
a picture of Grant, she was like, "Who is that?"
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Jada did a TikTok video back in 2021 where she had pictures of her grandfather, and I was totally blown away about how much I look like your father. No, we're actually distant cousins. Because I've
Yeah, I
worked
remember
on
you went and
Ryan's
found that
tree,
out.
I've
Yeah.
worked on Jennifer's tree, and no, I'm a cousin to both of them. And we're not close cousins, and yet I was blown away by the resemblance.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty scary. I still look like I got my ass beat from all those little.
You're done, right? You're not doing that's going to be. See,
That's
the
it.
thing is it's recognizable to me. Her changes are recognizable to me.
Oh, I can tell the changes.
Well, I
I
just
like
told the lady
everything.
I want to look like I slept.
No, I think you
Yeah.
look great.
But I
But I
didn't
think
want
Hey,
any.
I get that. I feel that. I know what that means.
I was looking kind of haggard, and I was like, I would like to look like I actually slept. That would be great. So, but now I have to do the hard stuff. I can't inject my fat away.
You don't have a problem with motion sickness. You need to get on Jaded's Oculus. Don't she have an Oculus? Don't they have an Oculus?
Yeah, but I have certain permanent back injuries where I can't do that stuff. I have to do free weights and certain types of movements so that I can, walk. So there's there's certain things you can't do when you snap your back.
Right.
Are you going to a gym or are you in some kind of physical therapy?
Oh no, I did the physical therapy a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
But there's only certain things that I can do that won't to where I can keep walking. I like walking. It's nice to be able to
It's
walk.
convenient. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really convenient. I like to keep doing that.
I can't walk, actually, to be honest with you. Anytime we do that walk that goes from my apartment down to the Thai food place and back, it takes about an hour. Like it's like a 4-mile walk.
Who the fuck walks an hour in America?
It takes a half an hour to get there, and it takes a half an hour to get back. And then my back is tore up for days. Like I literally cannot even. Who is this?
Well, for this last walk, I got these special little things that fit on the toes because I have hammer toes. Hammer toes go straight down.
Hammer time.
And
Oh my gosh, what's that music?
and I got something. I got these little silicone things that I can slip on my toes to lift them up. And the walk this Sunday was a very good test. It worked very well.
I found like one pair of shoes that works for shoes. They're Asics, and I've literally bought 100 pair of them. Like that's all I've worn for the past several years is these white sneakers that I found.
I've had Asics before. They're very good.
Ryan, I feel like I stalk you and Jennifer.
I don't mind stalkers. It's fine.
I love you guys. I don't know. I just learned so much from y'all.
A stalker.
I'm out walking.
A stalker is someone that has negative intent. So
Well, that I don't have.
you don't have negative intent, which is why it's absolutely fine.
You know I don't.
Nana, I bought your book several weeks ago, but I ain't fucking read it yet. I just thought about that when I
I'm
saw
getting
your
ready to.
post.
I'm getting ready to do my other one. I hope to have it out by Christmas. I'm going to have more stuff in it actually, but it won't have anything to do with witchy anything.
Okay. I just realized when I'm looking at you, I was like, wait, I have that book and I didn't read it. Well, that's when I started moving over here. I think it's in a box.
Has it been really hot where y'all live?
Yeah, it's 101 today.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know if you know
100.
how hardy periwinkle vine is.
Hmm.
My periwinkle vine has dropped its leaves. That's how hot it's been.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
nasty. Because it's 10 over after 10 o'clock here in Missouri, and I'm out doing my jogging and walking.
I'm in Missouri too.
Who's in Missouri? You are? What
Yeah,
part?
Northwest.
Okay, I'm in Parkville, Missouri. We're the
Well, I'm
little river
about
town.
30 minutes north of you, darling.
Oh, wow. Cool. That is really cool. You'll have a trail.
Yay.
When it gets to
Small
be
world.
about 70.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Oh, yeah. I'm out here when it's
I'm
30
getting
below. I don't care.
I'm getting off this in like 10 minutes. I'm getting off here. I'll text you. Bye.
Bye, Grant. Bye, everybody.
Right.
So
My
yeah.
planner's already out, behaving. It's already out. You can buy it right now.
Yes, please patronize us and our if you want cuddles, you can go to Grant. If you want a new book, you can go to Nana.
I wish
If
I
you want
would
some black
be.
soap, you can come to me.
I
Well,
would
Krista.
love to go to
I
that.
haven't done women yet.
Oh,
All right, y'all.
when
It's time for
when
me
I
to
was
get off.
married, cuddling was, put your arm around her and hold hands, and that was it.
All
Good
right,
night,
guys.
Ryan. Good night, everybody.
Love you
love
guys. I'm
Have a
you.
getting
great
off.
weekend.
Thank you everybody for watching. It meant the world to me.
Bye.
I'm reposting this on YouTube because it was so good. We'll talk later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.